Chapter 17 of Five Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cheryl Martin. Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney. Chapter 17. Polly wrote a nice little note. "Polly," said Jasper, running down the stairs after her, on her way to the little garden on the terrace at Heidelberg, "here's something for you. Just came in the mail." "For me?" said Polly, as he put a little parcel in her hand. "Yes," said Jasper. "Father just gave it to me." "What can it be?" cried Polly, wonderingly. "Oh, something from Alexia, or one of the other girls most likely," and she tore off the outer wrapper. "It is registered," said Jasper, "and Mr. Henderson got it out for you, Father said. That can't be from one of the girls, Polly," as the next layer of paper dropping off disclosed the name of one of the biggest of big London jewelers across a wooden box. "What can it be?" gasped Polly, tugging at the cover. "Here, let me." Jasper essayed to open it, but it stuck fast in the slide. Another pull, and a little red leather case appeared in view. "What in the world?" began Polly. "Oh, it can't be for me!" And she stood staring at it, without any attempt to take it out. "It must be for you, Polly," said Jasper. "There couldn't be any other Miss Mary Pepper, and besides, it is addressed to Father's care, and comes through our bankers. See here." He stooped and picked up the outer wrapper. It was torn almost in two, but the name and address was all there. So Polly lifted out the little red leather case, still feeling very much as if she were opening a parcel belonging to someone else, and touching a spring at the end, the top flew up, and there, on a white satin bed, lay a little green enamelled watch set with diamonds. "Oh, dear me!" exclaimed Polly, tumbling back in the utmost distress. "Now I have got someone else's box, Jasper. How very dreadful!" "Let us go to Father," said Jasper, feeling this quite beyond him. "Shut the box up tight, Polly. It might tumble out on the way." "You carry it, do, Jasper," begged Polly, with an eye askance at the little case, and snapping the cover down, she set it in his hand. "All right now then," said Jasper. "We must carry these papers and wooden box and the whole business. Don't worry, Polly," seeing her face. "Father will straighten it out." "Give me the wrapper, Jasper, and the wooden box, if only you'll take the other," said Polly, feeling very much depressed at coming into possession of other people's property. And Jasper followed with the little enamelled watch. And Grandpapa was just as much astounded as was Polly herself, and all the family congregating in Mother Fisher's room, the little watch was handed about from one to the other, and everybody stared at everybody else, and the mystery thickened every moment. And the strangest thing about it was that no one opened the little back cover where anyone might have read, "Polly Pepper, from her grateful friend, Arthur Selwyn," until the middle of the night, when Jasper was awakened by a noise as if someone were prowling around in his father's room. He started up and listened. "It's I," said old Mr. King's voice. So Jasper threw on his wrapper and hurried in. There sat his father, in dressing gown and slippers, by the table with the little enamelled watch in his hand. "Of all the idiots, Jasper," he exclaimed, "your father is the very worst. I've only just this moment thought to look in here." He flashed the little watch around in Jasper's face. It was now opened at the back. "Dear me!" cried Jasper, for want of anything better to say, as he read the inscription. Then he looked helplessly at his father. "Earl or no Earl, this piece of foolishness goes back," fumed old Mr. King, getting out of his chair and beginning to march back and forth across the floor, as he always did when irritated. "Yes, sir, the very first thing in the morning," he repeated, as vehemently as if Jasper had contradicted him. "But, Father," began the boy. "Yes, sir, it goes back, I tell you," repeated his father, now well wrought up to a passion. What right has he to send such a piece of foolishness to my Polly Pepper? I can give her all the watches she needs. And this trumpery," pointing to the jeweled gift still lying in Jasper's hand, "is utterly unfit for a schoolgirl. You know that yourself, Jasper." "But Polly was kind to him," began Jasper again. "Kind to him!" snorted his father. "Don't I know that? Of course she was. Polly Pepper would be kind to anyone, but that's no reason why the old idiot should presume to give her such a silly and expensive present as that. The man doesn't know anything who would do such a thing. And this one is queerer than the average." "As you say, he is eccentric," observed Jasper, seeing here a loophole by which to get in a soothing word. "Eccentric! That's a mild way to put it," fumed his father. "He's odder than Dick's hatband. Heaven save old England if many of her earls are like him. Well, I shall just write the fellow a decent sort of a note, and then I'll pack the box off to him, and that'll be the end of the matter." "I'm afraid Polly will be sorry," said Jasper, feeling at a standstill so far as finding the right word was concerned, for everything he uttered only seemed to make matters worse. So he said the best thing he could think of, and stopped short. "Sorry?" Old Mr. King came to a dead stop and glared at him. "You can't mean that Polly Pepper would like me to keep that watch. It's the last thing on earth that she would want, such a gewgaw as that. Why, the child hates the sight of it already as much as I do." "I don't think Polly would want the watch," said Jasper quickly. "I know she doesn't like it, and I'm sure I wish I could smash it myself," he added in a burst. "That's the most sensible thing you've said yet, Jasper," said his father, with a grim smile. "But she would feel dreadfully for you to send it back, for don't you see, father, that would hurt his feelings, and Polly would worry awfully to have that happen." Old Mr. King turned uneasily, took a few steps, then came back to throw himself into his chair again. "And this old gentleman has such ill attacks," said Jasper, pursuing his advantage, "that it might be the very thing to bring one on if he should get that watch back." Say no more, Jasper," said his father, shortly. "Put this thing up for tonight, and then get back to bed again." And Jasper knew that was the end of it. And the next day Polly wrote a nice little note, thanking the old earl for his gift, and hoping that he was quite well, and with so many other pleasant things in it that if she could have seen him when he received it, she would have been glad indeed. And then she handed the little red leather case to Mr. King. "Keep it for me, Grandpapa," she said simply. "All right, Polly, my child," he said, and then everybody forgot all about the episode and proceeded to enjoy Heidelberg. "I'm so sorry for people who are not going to Bayreuth, Adela," exclaimed Polly, looking out of the compartment window as the train steamed rapidly on from Nuremberg, where they had passed several days of delight revelling in the old town. Adela, with her mind more on those past delights, had less attention for thoughts of music, so she answered absently, "Yes. Oh, Polly, wasn't that pentagonal tower fine? What is it they call it in German?" But Polly didn't hear, being absorbed in the Wagner festival of which her mind was full, so Jasper answered for her. "Alt Nuremberg, you mean, the oldest building of all Nuremberg." "Yes," said Adela. "Well, I got 2 or 3 sketches of that tower." "Did you?" cried Jasper. "Now that's good." "And I got that horrible old robber knight, what's his name, sitting inside his cell, you know." "Eppeline von Gollingen," supplied Jasper. "Well, he was a horrible-looking customer, and that's a fact." "Oh, I liked him," said Adela, who rejoiced in ugly things if only picturesque. "And I got into one corner of the cell opposite him, so as to sketch it all as well as I could in such a dark place, and a lady came down the little stairs. You remember them?" "I rather think I do," said Jasper grimly. "I was trying to get out of the way of a huge party of tourists, and I nearly broke my neck." "Well, this lady came down the stairs. I could see her where I sat, but she couldn't see me, it was so dark in the cell, and she called to her husband. I guess he was her husband, because he looked so triste." Adela often fell into French, from being so long at the Paris school, and not from affectation in the least. and she said, "Come, Henry, let us see what is in there." And she took one step in and peered into that robber knight's face. You know how he is sitting on a little stool, his black hair all round his face, staring at one? "Yes, I do," said Jasper. He was uncanny enough, and in the darkness his wax features, or whatever they were made of, were unpleasantly natural to the last degree. "Well," said Adela, "the lady gave a little squeal and tumbled right back into her husband's arms, and I guess she stepped on his toes, for he squealed too, though in a different way, and he gave her a little push and told her not to be a goose, that the man had been dead 1,000 years more or less, and couldn't hurt her. So then she stepped back, awfully scared though, I could see that, and then she caught sight of me, and she squealed again and jumped, and she screamed right out, 'Oh, there's another in there, in the corner, and it glared at me.' And I didn't glare at all," finished Adela in disdain. "And then I guess he was scared too, for he said, 'That old cell isn't worth seeing anyway, and I'm going down into the torture chamber,' and they hurried off." "That torture chamber!" exclaimed Jasper. "How anyone can hang over those things, I don't see. For my part, I'd rather have my time somewhere else." "Oh, I like them," said Adela in great satisfaction. "And I've got a picture of the Iron Virgin." "That was a good idea, to put the old scold into that wooden tub concern," said Jasper. "There was some sense in that. I took a picture of it, and the old tower itself. I got a splendid photograph of it, if it will only develop well," he added. "Oh, but the buildings! Was ever anything so fine as those old Nuremberg houses, with their high-peaked gables? I have quantities of them, thanks to my kodak." "What's this station, I wonder?" asked Polly, as the train slowed up. Two ladies on the platform made a sudden dash at their compartment. "All full," said the guard, waving them off. "That was Fanny Vanderburgh," gasped Polly. "And her mother," added Jasper. "Who was it?" demanded old Mr. King. His consternation when they told him was so great that Jasper racked his brains some way to avoid the meeting. "If once we were at Bayreuth, it's possible that we might not come across them, father, for we could easily be lost in the crowd." "No such good luck," groaned old Mr. King, which was proved true, for the first persons who walked into the hotel, as the manager was giving directions that the rooms reserved for their party should be shown them, were Mrs. Vanderburgh and her daughter. "Oh!" exclaimed Mrs. Vanderburgh, as if her dearest friends were before her. "How glad I am to see you again, dear Mr. King, and you all." She swept Mrs. Fisher and Mrs. Henderson lightly in her glance, as if toleration only were to be observed toward them. "We have been perfectly désolée without you, Polly, my dear," she went on, with a charming smile. "Fanny will be happy once more. She has been disconsolate ever since we parted, I assure you." Polly made some sort of a reply, and greeted Fanny as of old times on the steamer. But Mrs. Vanderburgh went on, all smiles and eagerness, so rapidly in her friendly intentions that it boded ill for the future peace of Mr. King's party. So Mr. King broke into the torrent of words at once, without any more scruple. "And now, Mrs. Vanderburgh, if you will excuse us, we are quite tired, and are going to our rooms." And he bowed himself off, and of course his family followed. The next moment Fanny and her mother were alone. "If this is to be the way," said Mrs. Vanderburgh, with a savage little laugh, "we might much better have stayed in Paris, for I never should have thought, as you know, Fanny, of coming to this out-of-the-way place, seeing that I don't care for the music, if I hadn't heard them say on the steamer that this was their date here." "Well, I wish that I was at home," declared Fanny, passionately, "and I never, never will come to Europe, mamma, again as long as I live. You are always chasing after people who run away from you, and those who like me you won't let me speak to." "Well, I shall be thankful for the day when you are once in society," said her mother, every shred of self-control now gone, "and I shall sell my tickets for this old Wagner festival, and go back to Paris to-morrow morning." At that Fanny broke into a dismal fit of complaining, which continued all the time they were dressing for dinner, and getting settled in their room, and then at intervals through that meal. Polly looked over at her gloomy face 3 tables off, and her own fell. "You are not eating anything, child," said Grandpapa presently, with a keen glance at her. "Let me order something more." "Oh, no, Grandpapa," and "Yes, I will," she cried incoherently, making a great effort to enjoy the nice things he piled on her plate. Jasper followed her glance as it rested on the Vanderburg table. "They will spoil everything," he thought, "and to think it should happen at Bayreuth." "Yes, we are going," said Fanny Vanderburg as they met after dinner in the corridor. Her eyes were swollen, and she twisted her handkerchief in her fingers. "And I did, here she broke down and sobbed, "so want to hear the Wagner operas." "Don't cry," begged Polly, quite shocked. "Oh, Fanny, why can't you stay? How very dreadful to lose the Wagner music." Polly could think of no worse calamity that could befall one. "Mamma doesn't know anybody here except your party," mumbled Fanny, "and she's upset, and declares that we must go back to Paris tomorrow. Oh, Polly Pepper, I hate Paris," she exploded, and then sobbed worse than ever. "Wait here," said Polly, "till I come back." Then she ran on light feet to Grandpapa, just settling behind a newspaper in a corner of the general reading room. "Grandpapa, dear, may I speak to you a minute?" asked Polly, with a woeful feeling at her heart. It seemed as if he must hear it beating. "Why, yes, child, to be sure," said Mr. King, quite surprised at her manner. "What is it?" And he laid aside his paper and smiled reassuringly. But Polly's heart sank worse than ever. "Grandpapa," she began desperately, "Fanny Vanderburg is feeling dreadfully." "And I should think she would with such a mother," exclaimed the old gentleman, but in a guarded tone. "Well, what of it, Polly?" "Grandpapa," said Polly, "she says her mother is going to take her back to Paris to-morrow morning." "How very fine!" exclaimed Mr. King approvingly. "That is the best thing I have heard yet. Always bring me such good news, Polly, and I will lay down my newspapers willingly any time." And he gave a pleased little laugh. "But, Grandpapa," and Polly's face drooped, and there was such a sad little note in her voice that the laugh dropped out of his. "Fanny wanted above all things to hear the Wagner operas. Just think of losing those!" Polly clasped her hands, and every bit of color flew from her cheek. "Well, what can I do about it?" asked the old gentleman, in a great state of perturbation. "Speak out, child, and tell me what you want." "Only if I can be pleasant to Fanny," said Polly, a wave of color rushing over her face. "I mean, if I may go with her. Can I, Grandpapa, this very evening? Just as if—" she hesitated. "As if what, Polly?" "As if we all liked them," finished Polly, feeling as if the words must be said. There was an awful pause, in which Polly had all she could do to keep from rushing from the room. Then Grandpapa said, "If you can stand it, Polly, you may do as you like, but I warn you to keep them away from me." And he went back to his paper. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of 5 Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 5 Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney. Chapter 18. Bayreuth and Old Friends. Recorded by Cheryl Martin. Jasper turned around to gaze at the vast audience filing into the Wagner Opera House before he took his seat. "This makes me think of Oberammergau, Polly," he said. "To think you've seen the Passion Play!" she cried, with glowing cheeks. "That was when I was such a little chap," said Jasper. "Ages ago. 9 years, Polly Pepper. Just think. So it will be as good as new next year. Father is thinking a good deal of taking you there next summer." "Jasper!" cried Polly, her cheeks all in a glow, and regardless of next neighbors. "What can I ever do to repay your father for being so very good to me and to all of us?" "Why, you can keep on making him comfortable, just as you are doing now, Polly," replied Jasper. "He said yesterday it made him grow younger every minute to look at you. And you know he's never sick now, and he was always having those bad attacks. Don't you remember when we first came to Hingham, Polly?" as they took their seats. "Oh, dear me, I guess I do, Jasper, and how you saved Phronsie from being carried off by the big organ man," and she shivered even now at this lapse of years. "And all the splendid times at Badgertown, and the little brown—" Just then a long hand came in between the people in the seat back of them. "I'm no end glad to see you," exclaimed a voice. It was Tom Selwyn. "I'm going over into that vacant seat." Tom forgot his fear of Polly and his hatred of girls generally, and rushed around the aisle to plunge awkwardly into the seat just back of Jasper. "I'll stay here till the person comes." His long arms came in contact with several obstacles, such as sundry backs and shoulders in his progress, but he had no time to consider such small things, or to notice the black looks he got in consequence. "Now, isn't this jolly?" he exclaimed. Jasper was guilty of staring at him. There seemed such a change in the boy, he could hardly believe it was really and truly Tom Selwyn. "My grandfather is well now, and he would have sent some message to you if he knew I was to run across you," went on Tom, looking at Jasper, but meaning Polly. "Did you get a little trifle he sent you some weeks ago? He's been in a funk about it because he didn't hear." Wasn't Polly glad that her little note was on the way, and perhaps in the old gentleman's hands at this very time? "Yes," she said, "and he was very kind, and—" Tom fumbled his tickets all the while, and broke in abruptly. "I didn't know as you'd like it, but it made him sick not to do it, and so the thing went. Glad it didn't make you mad," he ended suddenly. "He meant it all right, I'm sure," said Jasper, seeing that Polly couldn't speak. "Did he, though?" exclaimed Tom. "And it didn't come till the day we left Heidelberg," said Polly, finding her tongue, and speaking rapidly to explain the delay. "That was a week ago." "Whew!" whistled Tom. "Oh, beg pardon," for several people turned around and stared. So he ducked his head, and was mostly lost to view for a breathing space. When he thought they had forgotten him, he bobbed it up. "Why, grandfather picked it out. Had a bushel of things sent up from London to choose from, you know, weeks and weeks ago, as soon as he got up to London. That's no end queer." "No," said Polly, "it didn't come till then, and I wrote to your grandfather the next morning and thanked him." "Now you did!" exclaimed Tom in huge delight, and slapping his knee with one long hand. "That's no end good of you." He couldn't conceal how glad he was, and grinned all over his face. At this moment Mrs. Vanderburgh, who, seeing Fanny so happy again, concluded to stay on the strength of resurrected hopes of Polly Pepper's friendship, sailed into the opera house with her daughter, and glancing across the aisle, for their seats were at the side, she caught sight of the party she was looking for, and there was a face she knew, but wasn't looking for. "Fanny!" she cried, clutching her arm. "There is Tom Selwyn. Well, now we are in luck." And Tom saw her, and again he ducked, but for a different reason. When he raised his head, he glanced cautiously in the direction he dreaded. "There's that horrible person," he whispered in Jasper's ear. "Who?" asked Jasper, in astonishment. "That woman on the steamer. You knew her, and she was looking straight at us. Duck for your life, Jasper King." "Oh, that," said Jasper coolly, following the bob of his head. "Yes, Mrs. Vanderburgh, I know, and she is at our hotel." "The dickens! And you're alive?" Tom raised his head and regarded him as a curiosity. "Very much so," answered Jasper, smothering a laugh. "Well, we mustn't talk any more." Polly was sitting straight, her hands folded in her lap, with no thought for audience or anything but what she was to see and hear on that wonderful stage. Old Mr. King leaned past Parson Henderson and gazed with the greatest satisfaction at her absorbed face. I pity anybody, he said to himself, who hasn't some little Peppers to take about. I only wish I had the boys too, but fancy Joel listening to Parsifal. This idea completely overcame him, and he settled back into his seat with a grim smile. Polly never knew that Mamsie, with a happy look in her black eyes, was regarding her intently too, nor that many a glance was given to the young girl whose colour came and went in her cheek, nor that Jasper sometimes spoke a low word or two. She was lost in the entrancing world of mystery and legend, borne upward by the grand music, and she scarcely moved. "Well, Polly," old Mr. King was smiling at her and holding out his hand. The curtains had closed for the intermission, and all the people were getting out of their chairs. Polly sat still and drew a long breath. "Oh, Grandpapa, must we go?" "Yes, indeed, I hope so," answered Mr. King with a little laugh. "We shall have none too much time for our supper, Polly, as it is." Polly got out of her seat, very much wishing that supper was not one of the needful things of life. "It almost seems wicked to think of eating, Jasper," she said, as they picked up their hats and capes, where he had tucked them under the seats. "It would be more wicked not to eat," said Jasper with a little laugh, "and I think you'll find some supper tastes good, when we get fairly at it, Polly." "I suppose so," said Polly, feeling dreadfully stiff in her feet, and beginning to wish she could have a good run. "And what we should do with you if we didn't stop for supper," observed Jasper, snapping the case to the opera glasses. "I'm sure I don't know, Polly. I spoke to you 3 times, and you didn't hear me once." "Oh, Jasper!" exclaimed Polly, in horror, pausing as she was pinning on her big flowered hat, with the roses all around the brim. "Oh, dear me, there it goes!" as the hat spun over into the next row. "I'll get it!" cried Tom Selwyn, vaulting over the tops of the seats before Jasper had a chance to try for it. Just then, Mrs. Vanderburgh, who hadn't heard any more of the opera than could fit itself into her lively plans for the campaign she laid out to accomplish in Siege of Tom Selwyn, pushed and elbowed herself along. "Of course the Earl isn't here, and the boy is alone and dreadfully taken with Jasper King, so I can manage him. And once getting him, I'll soon have the Earl to recognize me as a relation." Then, oh, visions of the golden dream of bliss when she could visit such titled kin in old England, and report it all when at home in New York, filled her head. And with her mind eaten up with it, she pushed rudely by a plain, somewhat dowdy-looking woman who obstructed her way. The woman raised a quiet yet protesting face, but Mrs. Vanderburgh, related to an earl, surveyed her haughtily and pressed on. "Excuse me," said the plain-looking woman, "but it is impossible for me to move. The people are coming out this way, madam, and I must get by," answered Mrs. Vanderburgh, interrupting and wriggling past as well as she could. But the lace on her flowing sleeve catching on the umbrella handle of a stout German coming the other way, she tore it half across. A dark flush of anger rushed over her face, and she vented all her spite on the plain-looking person in her path. "If you had moved, this wouldn't have happened," she exclaimed. "It was impossible for me to do so," replied the woman, just as quietly as ever. Just then Tom Selwyn rushed up. "Mother!" to the plain-looking woman. "Well, we did get separated." "Oh," and seeing her companion, he plunged back. Fanny Vanderburgh, well in the rear, a party of young German girls impeding the way, felt her mother's grasp and looked around. "Oh, you've torn your lace sleeve!" she exclaimed, supposing the black looks referred to that accident. "Torn my sleeve!" echoed her mother irately. "That's a trifle," while Fanny stared in surprise, knowing, by past experience, that much lesser accidents had made black days for her. "I'm the unluckiest person alive. And think of all the money your father has given me to spend, and it won't do any good. Fanny, I'm going straight back to Paris as quickly as possible." "Why, I'm having a good time now," said Fanny, just beginning to enjoy herself. "Polly Pepper is real nice to me. I don't want to go home a bit." all this as they slowly filed out in the throng. "Well, you're going, and oh, those Peppers and those Kings, I'm sick to death of their names," muttered her mother, frowning on her. "Why can't we wait for Polly?" asked Fanny, not catching the last words, and pausing to look back. "Because you can't, that's why, and never say a word about that Polly Pepper or any of the rest of that crowd," commanded her mother, trying to hurry on. "Polly Pepper is the sweetest girl, the very dearest," declared Fanny, in a passion, over her mother's shoulder, "and you know it, mamma." "Well, I won't have you going with her, anyway, nor with any of them," answered her mother, shortly. "Because you can't," echoed Fanny, in her turn, and with a malicious little laugh. "Don't I know? It's the same old story. Those you chase after run away from you. You've been chasing, mamma. You needn't tell me." "Oh, Jasper," Polly was saying, "did you really speak to me?" "3 times," said Jasper, with a laugh, "but you couldn't answer, for you didn't hear me." "No," said Polly, "I didn't, Jasper." "And I shouldn't have spoken, for it isn't, of course, allowed. But I couldn't help it, Polly, it was so splendid," and his eyes kindled, "and you didn't seem to breathe or to move." "I don't feel as if I had done much of either," said Polly, laughing. "Isn't it good to take a long stretch? And oh, don't you wish we could run, Jasper?" He burst into another gay little laugh as he picked up the rest of the things. "I thought so, Polly, and you'll want some supper yet. Well, here is Tom coming back again." "Indeed I shall, and a big one, Jasper," said Polly, laughing, "for I am dreadfully hungry." "Come to supper with us," Jasper said socially over the backs of several people, in response to Tom Selwyn's furious telegraphing. "Can't," said Tom, bobbing his head. "Must stay with my mother. Thought you never would turn around." Jasper looked his surprise, and involuntarily glanced by Tom. "Yes, my mother's here. We've got separated. She's gone ahead," said Tom, jerking his head toward the nearest exit. "She says we'll go and see you. Where?" "Hotel Zone," said Jasper. Tom disappeared, rushed off to his mother to jerk himself away to a convenient waiting place, till the disagreeable woman on the steamer had melted into space. Then he flew back, and in incoherent sentences made Mrs. Selwyn comprehend who she was, and the whole situation. The Earl's daughter was a true British matron, and preserved a quiet, immovable countenance. Only a grim smile passed over it now and then. At last she remarked coolly, as if commenting on the weather: "I don't believe she will trouble you, my son." Never a word about the lace episode or the crowding process. Tom sniffed uneasily. "You haven't crossed on a steamer with her, mother." "Never you mind." Mrs. Selwyn gave him a pat on the back. "Tom, let us talk about those nice people," as they filed slowly out with the crowd. Not a word did Tom lisp about the invitation to supper, but tucked his mother's arm loyally within his own. "Sorry I forgot to engage a table," he exclaimed, as they entered the restaurant. "Why, there is Tom!" exclaimed Jasper, craning his neck as his party were about to sit down. "Father, Tom Selwyn is here with his mother, and they can't find places, I almost know, and we might have 2 more chairs easily at our table." He hurried it all out. "What is all this about?" demanded old Mr. King. "Whom are you talking about? Pray tell, Jasper." So Jasper ran around to his father's chair and explained. The end of it all was, that he soon hurried off, being introduced to Tom's mother, to whom he presented his father's compliments, and would she do him the favour to join their party. And in 10 minutes everyone felt well acquainted with the English matron, and entirely forgot that she was an earl's daughter. And Tom acquitted himself well, and got on famously with old Mr. King. But he didn't dare talk to Polly, but edged away whenever there was the least chance of matters falling out so that he would have to. And then it came out that the Selwyns thought of going to Munich and down to Lucerne. "And the Bernese Alps," put in Jasper across the table. "How is that, Tom, for an outing? Can't you do it?" for it transpired that Mrs. Selwyn had left the other children, 2 girls and 2 smaller boys, with their grandfather on the English estate. They all called this place home, since the father was in a business in Australia that required many long visits, and Tom's mother had decided that he should have a bit of a vacation with her, so they had packed up and off, taking in the Wagner festival first, and here they were. Yes, after she considered a bit, we can do that. Join the party and then over to Lucerne, and perhaps take in the Bernese Alps. Only supposing that Polly's letter hadn't gone to the little old Earl, Jasper kept saying over and over to himself, "Just for 1 minute, suppose it." And in the midst of it all, the horn sounded. The intermission was over, chairs were pushed back hastily, and all flocked off. No one must be late, and there must be no noisy or bustling entrances into the opera house. And if Polly Pepper sat entranced through the rest of the matchless performance, Tom Selwyn, 3 seats back and off to the left, was just as quietly happy. But he wasn't thinking so much of Parsifal as might have been possible. "It's no end fine of the little mother to say yes," he kept running over and over to himself, with a satisfied glance at the quiet face under the plain English bonnet. "It's funny we don't see Fanny Vanderburgh anywhere," said Polly, as they went through the corridor and up the hotel stairs that night. "She and her mother probably came home earlier," said Mrs. Fisher. "You know we were delayed, waiting for our carriages. You will see her in the morning, Polly." But in the morning it was 10 o'clock before Mr. King's party gathered for breakfast, for Grandpapa always counselled sleeping late when out the night before. And when Polly did slip into her chair, there was a little note lying on her plate. "Fanny Vanderburgh has gone," she said, and turned quite pale. It was too true. Mrs. Vanderburgh had sold her 2 tickets to the Flying Dutchman to be presented that evening, and departed from Bayreuth. "It's no use, Polly," Fanny's note ran, "trying to make me have a good time. Mamma says we are to go back to Paris, and go we must. You've been lovely, and I thank you ever so much, and good-bye." Mother Fisher found Polly, a half-hour later, curled up in a corner of the old sofa in her room, her face pressed into the cushion. "Why, Polly!" exclaimed her mother, seeing the shaking shoulders, and bending over her, she smoothed the brown hair gently. "This isn't right, child." Polly sprang up suddenly and threw her arms around her mother's neck. Her face was wet with tears, and she sobbed out, "Oh, if I'd done more for her, Mamsie, or been pleasant to Mrs. Vanderburgh, she might have stayed." "You haven't any call to worry, Polly child," said Mother Fisher firmly. "You did all that could be done, and remember one thing, it's very wrong to trouble others, as you certainly will if you give way to your feelings in this manner." "Mamsie!" exclaimed Polly, suddenly wiping away the trail of tears from her cheek, "I won't cry a single bit more. You can trust me, Mamsie, I truly won't." "Trust you," said Mother Fisher, with a proud look in her black eyes. "I can trust you ever and always, Polly. And now run to Mr. King and let him see a bright face, for he's worrying about you, Polly." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of 5 Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. 5 Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret, Sidney. Chapter 19. Mr. King has a little plan for Polly. "Jasper!" exclaimed Polly, clasping her hands. "Do you suppose we'll ever get to a piano where it's all alone and nobody wants to play on it?" "But just you and I," finished Jasper. "I declare I don't know. You see, we don't stay still long enough in any one place to hire a decent one. And besides, Father said, when we started, that it was better for us to rest and travel about without any practicing this summer. You know he did, Polly." "I know it," said Polly. "But oh, if we could just play once in a while," she added mournfully. "Well, we can't," said Jasper savagely. "You know we tried that at Brussels, when we thought everybody had gone off, and those half a dozen idiots came and stared at us through the glass door." "And then they came in," added Polly with a little shiver at the recollection. "But that big fat man with the black beard was the worst, Jasper." She glanced around as if she expected to see him coming down the long parlour. "Well, he didn't hear much. There didn't any of them," said Jasper. "That's some small satisfaction, because you hopped off the piano stool and ran away." "You ran just as fast, I'm sure, Jasper," said Polly with a little laugh. "Well, perhaps I did," confessed Jasper, bursting into a laugh. "Who wouldn't run, with a lot of staring idiots flying at one?" he brought up in disgust. "And we forgot the music," went on Polly, deep in the reminiscence. "And we wouldn't go back, don't you remember, until the big fat man with the dreadful black beard had gone, for he'd picked it up and been looking at it." "Yes, I remember all about it," said Jasper. "Dear me, what a time we had! It's enough to make one wish that the summer was all over, and that we were fairly settled in Dresden," he added gloomily, as he saw her face. "Oh, no!" exclaimed Polly quickly, and quite shocked to see the mischief that she had done. "We wouldn't have the beautiful summer go a bit faster, Jasper. Why, that would be too dreadful to think of." "But you want to get at your music, Polly." "I'll fly at it when the time comes," cried Polly, with a wise little nod. "Never you fear, Jasper. Now come on, let's get Phronsie and go out and see the shops." Old Mr. King, in a nook behind the curtain, dropped the newspaper in his lap and thought a bit. "Best to wait till we get to Lucerne," he said to himself, nodding his white head. "Then, says I, Polly, my child, you shall have your piano." And when their party were settling down in the hotel at Lucerne, ending the beautiful days of travel after leaving Munich, Jasper's father called him abruptly. "See here, my boy." "What is it, father?" asked Jasper, wonderingly. "The luggage is all right. It's gone up to the rooms, all except the portmanteau, and Francis will go down to the station and straighten that out." "I'm not in the least troubled in regard to the luggage, Jasper," replied his father testily. "It's something much more important than the luggage question about which I wish to speak to you." Jasper stared, well knowing his father's views in regard to the luggage question. "The first thing that you must unpack, the very first," old Mr. King was saying, "is your music. Don't wait a minute, Jasper, but go and get it. And then call Polly. And—" "Why, father," exclaimed Jasper, "there isn't a single place to play in. You don't know how people stare if we touch the piano. We can't hear, father. There's such a crowd in this hotel." "You do just as I say, Jasper," commanded his father, "and tell Polly to get her music, and then do you two go to the little room out of the big parlour and play to your heart's content." And he burst into a hearty laugh at Jasper's face as he dangled a key at the end of a string before him. "Now, do I believe, father, that you've got Polly a piano and a little room to play in," cried Jasper joyfully, and pouncing on the key. "You go along and do as I tell you," said Mr. King, mightily pleased at the success of his little plan. And don't you tell Polly Pepper one word until she has taken her music down in the little room," as Jasper bounded off on the wings of the wind. And in that very hotel was the big fat man with the dreadful black beard, resting after a long season of hard work. But Polly and Jasper wouldn't have cared had they known it, as long as they had their own delightful little music room to themselves, as they played over and over all the dear old pieces, and Polly revelled in everything that she was so afraid she had forgotten. "I really haven't lost it, Jasper," she would exclaim radiantly, after finishing a concerto and dropping her hands idly on the keys. "And I was so afraid I'd forgotten it entirely. Just think, I haven't played that for 3 months, Jasper King." "Well, you haven't forgotten a bit of it," declared Jasper, just as glad as she was. "You didn't make any mistakes. Hardly, Polly." "Oh, yes, I made some," said Polly honestly, whirling around on the piano stool to look at him. "Oh, well, only little bits of ones," said Jasper. "Those don't signify. I wish father could have heard that concerto. What a pity he went out just before you began it." But somebody else on the other side of the partition between the little music room and the big parlour had heard, and he pulled his black beard thoughtfully with his long fingers, then pricked up his ears to hear more. And it was funny how almost every day, whenever the first notes on the piano struck up in Mr. King's little music room, the big fat man, who was so tired with his season of hard work, never seemed to think that he could rest as well as in that particular corner up against that partition. And no matter what book or paper he had in his hand, he always dropped it and fell to pulling his black beard with his long fingers before the music was finished. And then, "Oh, Polly, come, child, you have played long enough," from Mother Fisher on the other side of the partition. Or old Mr. King would say, "No more practising today, Miss Polly." Or Phronsie would pipe out, "Polly, Grandpapa is going to take us out on the lake. Do come, Polly." And then it was funnier yet to see how suddenly the big fat man with the dreadful black beard seemed to find that particular corner by that partition a very tiresome place. And as the piano clicked down its cover, he would yawn and get up and say something in very rapid German to himself, and off he would go, forgetting all about his book or newspaper, which very likely would tumble to the floor and flap away by itself till somebody came and picked it up and set it on the sofa. One morning old Mr. King, hurrying along with his batch of English mail to enjoy opening it in the little music room where Jasper and Polly were playing a duet, ran up suddenly against a fat heavy body coming around an opposite angle. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir," exclaimed Mr. King in great distress, the more so as he saw that the stranger's glasses were knocked off his nose by the collision. "I do trust they are not broken," he added in a concerned tone, endeavouring to pick them up. But the big man was before him. "Not a beat, not a beat," he declared, adjusting them on his nose again. Then he suddenly grasped old Mr. King's hand. "And I be very glad, sir, very glad indeed, dat I have run into you." "Indeed!" exclaimed Mr. King, releasing his hand instantly, and all the concern dropping out of his face. "Very glad indeed," repeated the big man heartily. Then he pulled his black beard and stood quite still a moment. "If you have nothing more to remark, sir," said Mr. King haughtily, "perhaps you will be kind enough to stand out of my way and allow me to pass. and it would be as well for you to observe more care in the future, sir, both in regard to your feet and your tongue, sir." "Yes, I am very glad," began the big man again, who hadn't even heard Mr. King's tirade, "for now," and he gave his black beard a final twitch, and his eyes suddenly lightened with a smile that ran all over his face, "I can speak to you of dis ting dat is in my mind. Your—" "I want to hear nothing of what is on your mind," declared old Mr. King, now thoroughly angry. "Stand aside, fellow, and let me pass," he commanded, in a towering passion. The big man stared in astonishment into the angry face, the smile dropping out of his own. "I beg to excuse myself," he said, with a deep bow, and a wave of his long fingers. "Will you pass?" And he moved up as tightly as possible to the wall. Old Mr. King went into the little music room in a furious rage, and half an hour afterwards, Polly and Jasper, pausing to look around, saw him tossing and tumbling his letters and newspapers about on the table, fuming to himself all the while. "Father has had bad news," exclaimed Jasper, turning pale. "Something about his agents, probably." "Oh, dear me! And here we have been playing," cried Polly in remorse, every vestige of colour flying from her cheek. "Well, we didn't know," said Jasper, quickly. "But what can we do now, Polly?" He turned to her appealingly. "I don't know," she was just going to say helplessly, but Jasper's face made her see that something must be done. "Let's go and tell him we are sorry," she said. "That's what Mamsie always liked best if she felt badly." So the two crept up behind old Mr. King's chair. "Father, I'm so sorry," and "Dear Grandpapa, I'm so sorry," and Polly put both arms around his neck suddenly. "Eh, what?" cried Mr. King, sitting bolt upright in astonishment. "Oh, bless me, children, I thought you were playing on the piano." "We were," said Polly, hurrying around to the side of the table, her face quite rosy now. "But we didn't know," and she stopped short, unable to find another word. "That you felt badly," finished Jasper. "Oh, father, we didn't know that you got bad news." He laid his hand as he spoke on the pile of tumbled up letters. "Bad news!" ejaculated old Mr. King in perplexity, and looking from one to the other. "No, we didn't," repeated Polly, clasping her hands. "Dear Grandpapa, we truly didn't, or we wouldn't have kept on playing all this time." Mr. King put back his head and laughed long and loud, as he hadn't done for many a day, his ill humour dropping off in the midst of it. "The letters are all right," he said, wiping his eyes. "Never had better news. It was an impertinent fellow I met out there, that's all." "Father, who has dared?" began Jasper, with flashing eyes. "Don't you worry, my boy. It's all right. The fellow got his quietus. Besides, he wasn't worth minding," said Mr. King, carelessly. "Why, here is your mother," turning to Polly. "Now then, Mrs. Fisher, what is it? For I see by your eye some plan is on the carpet." "Yes, there is," said Mrs. Fisher, coming in with a smile. "The doctor is going to take a day off." "Is that really so?" cried Mr. King, with a little laugh. "What, not even going to visit one of his beloved hospitals?" While Polly exclaimed radiantly, "Oh, how perfectly elegant! Now we'll have Papa Doctor for a whole long day." Phronsie, who had been close to her mother's gown during the delivery of this important news, clasped her hands in a quiet rapture, while Polly exclaimed, "Now, Grandpapa, can it be the Rigi?" Jasper echoing the cry heartily. "I suppose it is to be the Rigi," assented old Mr. King, leaning back in his chair to survey them all. "That is, if Mrs. Fisher approves. We'll let you pick out the jaunting place," turning to her, "seeing that it is the doctor's holiday." "I know that Dr. Fisher wants very much to go up to the Rigi," said his wife, in great satisfaction as the turn the plans were taking. "And we'll stay over night, father," cried Jasper, "won't we?" "Stay over night?" repeated his father. "I should say so. Why, what would be the good of our going up at all, pray tell, if we didn't devote that much time to it, and have a try for a sunrise?" "We're to go up to the Rigi!" exclaimed Polly, giving a little whirl and beginning to dance around the room, repeating, "We're to go up to the Rigi," exactly as if nobody knew it, and she was telling perfectly fresh news. "Here, that dance looks awfully good. Wait for me," cried Jasper, and seizing her hands, they spun round and round, Phronsie scuttling after them, crying, "Take me too, I want to dance, Polly." "So you shall," cried Polly and Jasper together. So they made a little ring of three, and away they went, Polly this time crying, "Just think, we're going to have the most beautiful sunrise in all this world." And on the other side of the partition, in his accustomed nook in the big parlour, the big fat man with the black beard sat. He pulled this same black beard thoughtfully a bit when Mr. King was telling about the impertinent fellow. Then he smiled and jabbered away to himself very hard in German, and it wasn't till the King party hurried off to get ready for the Rigi trip that he got up and sauntered off. And almost the first person that old Mr. King saw on getting his party into a car on the funicular railway was the impertinent fellow, also bound for the top of the Rigi. "Oh, Grandpapa!" Polly got out of her seat and hurried to him with cheeks aflame, when midway up. "I know, isn't it wonderful?" cried Grandpapa, happy in her pleasure, and finding it all just as marvellous as if he hadn't made the ascent several times. "Yes, yes," cried Polly, "it's all perfectly splendid, Grandpapa. But, oh, I mean, did you hear what that lady said?" And she dropped her voice and put her mouth close to Grandpapa's ear. "I'm sure I didn't," said old Mr. King carelessly, "and I'm free to confess I'm honestly glad of it. For if there is one thing I detest more than another, Polly, my girl, it is to hear people, especially women, rave and gush over the scenery." "Oh, she didn't rave and gush," cried Polly in a whisper, afraid that the lady heard. "She said, Grandpapa, that Herr Bauricke is at Lucerne. Just think, Grandpapa, the great Herr Bauricke." She took her mouth away from the old gentleman's ear in order to look in his face. "Polly, Polly," called Jasper from his seat on the farther end, "you are losing all this," as the train rounded a curve. "Do come back." "Now, I'm glad of that," exclaimed Grandpapa, in a tone of the greatest satisfaction, "for I can ask him about the music masters in Dresden and get his advice, and be all prepared before we go there for the winter to secure the very best." "And I can see him and perhaps hear him play," breathed Polly in an awestruck tone, quite lost to scenery and everything else. Jasper leaned forward and stared at her in amazement. Then he slipped out of his seat and made his way up to them to find out what it was all about. "How did she know?" he asked, as Polly told all she knew. "I'm just going to ask her." But the lady, who had caught snatches of the conversation, though she hadn't heard Mr. King's part of it, very obligingly leaned forward in her seat and told all she knew. And by the time this was done, they all knew that the information was in the American paper printed in Paris and circulated all over the continent, and that the lady had read it that very morning just before setting out. "The only time I missed reading that paper," observed old Mr. King regretfully. "And he is staying at our very hotel," finished the lady, "for I have seen you, sir, with your party there." "Another stroke of good luck," thought old Mr. King, "and quite easy to obtain the information I want as to a master for Polly and Jasper. Now then, children," he said to the two hanging on the conversation, "run back to your seats and enjoy the view. This news of ours will keep." So Polly and Jasper ran back obediently, but every step of the toilsome ascent by which the car pushed its way to the wonderful heights above, Polly saw everything with the words, "Herr Bauricke is at our hotel," ringing through her ears, and she sat as in a maze. Jasper was nearly as bad. And then everybody was pouring out of the cars and rushing for the hotel on the summit, all but Mr. King's party and a few others, who had their rooms engaged by telegraphing up. When they reached the big central hall there was a knot of Germans all talking together, and on the outside fringe of this knot people were standing around and staring at the central figure. Suddenly someone darted away from this outer circle and dashed up to them. It was the lady from their hotel. "I knew you'd want to know," she exclaimed breathlessly. "That Herr Bauricke himself. He came up on our train. Just think of it! The big man in the middle with the black beard." She pointed an excited finger at the knot of Germans. Old Mr. King followed the course of the finger, and saw his impertinent fellow who wasn't worth minding. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Five Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret, Sidney. Chapter 20. "I should make him happy," said Phronsie. Polly got Jasper away into a side corridor by a beseeching little pull on his sleeve. "Oh, just to think," she mourned, "I called that great man such unpleasant things, that he was big and fat, and oh." "Well, he is big and fat," declared Jasper. "We can't say he isn't, Polly." "But I meant it all against him," said Polly, shaking her head. "You know I did, Jasper," she added remorsefully. "Yes, we neither of us liked him," said Jasper, "and that's the honest truth, Polly." "And to think it was that great Herr Bauricke!" exclaimed Polly. Then her feelings overcame her, and she sank down on the cushioned seat in the angle. Jasper sat down beside her. "I suppose it won't do to say anything about people after this until we know them, will it, Polly?" "Jasper," declared Polly, clasping her hands, while the rosy color flew over her cheek, "I'm never going to say a single—" Just then the big form of Herr Bauricke loomed up before them as he turned into the corridor. Polly shrank up in her corner as small as she could, wishing she was as little as Phronsie and could hop up and run away. Herr Bauricke turned his sharp eyes on them for a moment, hesitated, then came directly up and stopped in front of them. "I mean, 'twas tended to speak to your grandfader first. Dat not seem best now." the great man was really talking to them, and Polly held her breath, not daring to look into his face, but keeping her gaze on his wonderful fingers. My child, those wonderful fingers seized her own and clasped them tightly. You have great promise, mind you. You know only a little now, and you must work, work, work. He brought it out so sharply that the last word was fairly shrill. But I think you will, he added kindly, dropping his tone. Then he laid her fingers gently in her lap. "Oh, she does, sir!" exclaimed Jasper, finding his tongue first, for Polly was beyond speaking. "Polly works all the time she can." "Dat is right." Herr Bauricke bobbed his head in approval so that his spectacles almost fell off. "I hear dat in de music she play. No little girl play like dat who doesn't work. I will hear you sometime at the hotel," he added abruptly, "and tell you some things that will help you. Tomorrow, maybe, when we go down from this place, eh?" "Oh, sir!" exclaimed Polly, springing up from her cushion before Jasper could stop her. "You are so good, but I cannot." Then her breath gave out, and she stood quite still. "Eh?" exclaimed Herr Bauricke, and pushing up his spectacles to stare into her flushed and troubled face. "Perhaps I not make my meaning clear. I mean I gif you of my time and my best advice. Now you understand, eh?" He included Jasper in his puzzled glance. "Yes, sir," Jasper made haste to say. "We do understand, and it is so very good of you, and Polly will accept it, sir. For father will make it all right with him as to the payment." He reflected easily. "Ah, now," exclaimed Herr Bauricke joyfully, a light beaming all over his fat face. "Dat is something like tomorrow, den, we—" "But oh, sir," Polly interrupted, "I cannot," and she twisted her hands in distress. I didn't like you, and I said so." Then she turned very pale, and her head drooped. Jasper leaned over and took her hand. "Neither did I, sir," he said. "I was just as bad as Polly." "You not tink me nice looking, so?" said Herr Bauricke. "Well, I not tink so myself either. And I scare you maybe with dis," and he twisted his black beard with his long fingers. "Ah, so. Well, we will forget all dis, little girl." And he bent down and took Polly's other fingers that hung by her side. "And if you not let me come tomorrow to your little music room and tell you some things to help you learn better, I shall know dat you no like me now, eh?" "Oh, sir!" Polly lifted her face, flooded with rosy color up to her brown hair. "If you will only forgive me." "I no forgive? I not remember at all," said Herr Bauricke, waving his long fingers in the air. "And I go tomorrow to help you, little girl," and he strode down the corridor. Polly and Jasper rushed off, they scarcely knew how, to Grandpapa, to tell him the wonderful news, to find him in a truly dreadful state of mind. When they had told their story, he was as much worse as could be imagined. "Impossible! Impossible!" was all he could say. But he brought his hand down on the table before him with so much force that Jasper felt a strange sinking of heart. What could be the matter? "Why, children, and you all," for his whole party was before him, exclaimed Mr. King, "Herr Bauricke is that impertinent person who annoyed me this morning, and I called him fellow to his face." It was so very much worse than Jasper had dreamed that he collapsed into the first chair, all Polly's prospects melting off like dew before the sun. Little Dr. Fisher was the first to speak. He took off his big spectacles and wiped them, then put them on his nose and adjusted them carefully, and glared around the group, his gaze resting on old Mr. King's face. Polly, who had never seen Jasper give way like this, forgot her own distress, and rushed up to him. "Oh, don't, Jasper," she begged. "You see, I can't allow Herr Bauricke to give any lessons or advice to Polly after this," went on Mr. King hastily. "Of course he would be paid, but under the circumstances it wouldn't do, not in the least. It is quite out of the question," he went on, as if someone had been contradicting him. But no one said a word. "Why don't some of you speak?" he asked, breaking the pause. "Dr. Fisher, you don't generally keep us waiting for your opinion. Speak out now, man, and let us have it." "It is an awkward affair, surely," began the little doctor slowly. "Awkward? I should say so," frowned Mr. King. "It's awkward to the last degree. Here's a man who bumps into me in a hotel passage, though, for that matter, I suppose it's really my fault as much as his, and I offer to pick up his spectacles that were dropped in the encounter, and he tells me that he is glad that we ran up against each other, for it gives him a chance to tell me what is on his mind. As if I cared what was on his mind, or on the mind of anyone else for that matter," he declared in extreme irritation. "And I told him to his face that he was an impertinent fellow, and to get out of my way. Yes, I did." A light began to break on little Dr. Fisher's face, that presently shone through his big spectacles, fairly beaming on them all. Then he burst into a laugh, hearty and long. "Why, Adoniram!" exclaimed Mother Fisher in surprise. Polly turned a distressed face at him, and to say that old Mr. King stared would be stating the case very mildly indeed. "Can't you see, oh, can't you see," exploded the little doctor, mopping up his face with his big handkerchief, "that your big German was trying to tell you of Polly's playing, and to say something, probably pretty much the same that he has said to her and to Jasper? Oh, dear me, I should like to have been there to see you both," ended Dr. Fisher faintly. Then he went off into another laugh. "I don't see much cause for amusement," said old Mr. King grimly, when this idea broke into his mind, "for it's a certain fact that I called him a fellow and told him to get out of the way." "Well, he doesn't bear you any malice, apparently," said the little doctor, who, having been requested to speak, saw no reason for withholding any opinion he might chance to have; "for, if he did, he wouldn't have made that handsome offer to Polly." "That may be; the offer is handsome enough," answered Mr. King. "That is the trouble; it's too handsome. I cannot possibly accept it under the awkward circumstances. No, children," he turned to Polly and Jasper, as if they had been beseeching him all the while, "you needn't ask it or expect it," and he got out of his chair and stalked from the room. Jasper buried his face in his hands, and a deep gloom settled over the whole party, on all but little Dr. Fisher. He pranced over to Polly and Jasper just as merrily as if nothing dreadful had happened. "Don't you be afraid, my boy," he said. "Your father is a dreadfully sensible man, and there's no manner of doubt but that he will fix this thing up." "Oh, you don't know father," groaned Jasper, his head in his hands, "when he thinks the right thing hasn't been done or said. And now Polly will miss it all," and his head sank lower yet. "Nonsense!" exclaimed Dr. Fisher. Yet he had a dreadful feeling coming over him, and he turned to Polly imploringly. "Oh, I do believe it, Jasper," cried Polly, "what Papa Doctor says. And just look at Mamsie," she cried beneath her breath. And truly, Mother Fisher was having a hard time to control herself. That Jasper could see as he lifted his head. And the little doctor also saw and skipped back across the room to her side. And Phronsie, feeling plunged into the deepest woe by all this dreadful state of affairs that had come too bewilderingly for her to rally to Grandpapa's side, first began to cry, and then, thinking better of it, went softly out of the door, and no one noticed her when she went with the tears running down her cheeks. Down the long corridor she hurried, not knowing which way Grandpapa went, but turning into the little reading room, she spied him sitting by the table. The apartment was otherwise empty. He wasn't reading, not even looking at a paper, but sitting bolt upright and lost in thought. "Grandpapa," she said, laying a soft little hand on his arm. "Oh, I'm so glad I found you!" And she nestled up to his side. "Eh? Oh, Phronsie, child!" Old Mr. King put his arm around her and drew her closely to him. "So you came after your old granddaddy, did you?" "Yes, I did," said Phronsie, with a glad little cry, snuggling up tighter to him, while the tears trailed off down his waistcoat, but not before he had seen them. "Now, Phronsie, you are not to cry any more," he said, with a pang at the sight. "You won't, dear, promise me that." So Phronsie promised, and he held her hands, and, clearing his throat, he began. "Well, now I suppose they felt pretty badly, back there in the room, your mother and all, eh, Phronsie?" "Yes, Grandpapa," said Phronsie, her round face falling. Yet she had promised not to cry, and although she had a hard time of it, every tear was kept back valiantly. "And Polly now?" asked old Mr. King cautiously, "and Jasper, how were they feeling?" "Grandpapa?" Phronsie did not trust herself to reply, but springing up, she laid her rosy little mouth close to his ear. "What does it all, the dreadful thing, mean?" she whispered. "It means," old Mr. King whispered back, but very distinctly, "that your old granddaddy is an idiot, Phronsie, and that he has been rude, and let his temper run away with him." "Oh, no, Grandpapa dear," contradicted Phronsie, falling back from him in horror. "You couldn't ever be that what you say," and she flung both arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. "What? An idiot? Yes, I have been an idiot of the worst kind," declared Mr. King, "and all the rest just as I say, rude, and why, what is the matter, Phronsie?" For the little arms clutched him so tightly he could hardly breathe. "Oh, Grandpapa," she wailed, and drawing away a bit to look at him, he saw her face convulsed with the effort not to cry. "Don't say such things. You are never naughty, Grandpapa dear. You can't be," she gasped. "There, there, there," ejaculated old Mr. King, frightened at the effect of his words, and patting her yellow hair, at his wits' end what to say. So he broke out, "Well now, Phronsie, you must tell me what to do." Thereupon Phronsie, seeing there was something she could really do to help Grandpapa, came out of her distress enough to sit up quite straight and attentive in his lap. "You see, I spoke rudely to a man, and I called him a fellow, and he was a gentleman. Phronsie, you must remember that." "Yes, I will, Grandpapa," she replied obediently, while her eyes never wandered from his face. "And I told him to get out of the way, and he did," said Mr. King, forcing himself to a repetition of the unpleasant truth. "Oh, dear me, nothing could be worse," he groaned. "And you are sorry, Grandpapa dear?" Phronsie leaned over and laid her cheek softly against his. "Yes, I am, Phronsie, awfully sorry," confessed the old gentleman. "But what good will that do now? My temper has made a terrible mess of it all."
"But you can tell the gentleman you are sorry," said Phronsie. "Oh, Grandpapa dear, do go and tell him now, this very minute." She broke away from him again, and she sat straight on his knee, while a glad little smile ran all over her face. "I can't. You don't understand. Oh, dear me!" Mr. King set her abruptly on the floor, and took a few turns up and down the room. Phronsie's eyes followed him with a grieved expression. When she saw the distress on his face, she ran up to him and seized his hand, but didn't speak. "You see, child," he grasped her fingers and held them closely. "It's just this way. The gentleman wants to do me a favour, that is, to help Polly with her music." "Does he?" cried Phronsie, and she laughed in delight. "Oh, Grandpapa, how nice! And Polly will be so happy." "But I cannot possibly accept it," groaned old Mr. King. "Don't you see, child, after treating him so? Why, how could I? The idea is too monstrous." He set off now at such a brisk pace down the room that Phronsie had hard work to keep up with him, but he clung to her hand. "Won't that make the gentleman sorry?" panted Phronsie, trotting along by his side. "Oh, what?" exclaimed old Mr. King, coming to a dead stop suddenly. "What's that you say, Phronsie?" "Won't the gentleman feel sorry?" repeated Phronsie, pushing back the waves of yellow hair that had fallen over her face to look up at him. "And won't he feel badly then, Grandpapa?" Oh, perhaps," assented Mr. King, slowly, and passing a troubled hand across his brow. "Well, now, Phronsie, you come and sit in my lap again, and we'll talk it over, and you tell me what I ought to do." So the two got into the big chair again, and Phronsie folded her hands in her lap. "Now begin," said old Mr. King. "I should make the gentleman happy, Grandpapa," said Phronsie, decidedly. "You would, no matter what you had to do to bring it about?" asked Grandpapa, with a keen pair of eyes on her face. Think now, Phronsie." "I should make the gentleman happy," repeated Phronsie, and she bobbed her head decidedly. "I really should, Grandpapa." "Then the best way is to have it over with as soon as possible," said old Mr. King. "So come on, child, and you can see that the business is done up in good shape." He gathered her little fingers up in his hand, and setting her once more on the floor, they passed out of the apartment. The door of the private parlour belonging to Mr. King's rooms was flung wide open, and into the gloomy interior, for Mother Fisher and Jasper were still inconsolable, marched old Mr. King. The door of the private parlour belonging to Mr. King's rooms was flung wide open, and into the gloomy interior, for Mother Fisher and Jasper were still inconsolable, marched old Mr. King. He was arm in arm, so far as the two could at once compass the doorway, with Herr Bauricke, while Phronsie ducked and scuttled in as she could, for the big German, with ever so many honorary degrees to his name, held her hand fast. Old Mr. King continued his march up to Mother Fisher. "Allow me to introduce Herr Bauricke, Professor and Doctor of Music, of world-wide distinction," he said, bowing his courtly old head. And then Mother Fisher, self-controlled as she had always been, astonished him by turning to her husband to supply the answering word. "Glad to see you," exclaimed the little doctor, bubbling over with happiness and wringing the long fingers extended. "My wife is overcome with delight," which the big German understood very well, and he smiled his knowledge of it as he looked into her black eyes. "She is like to mein Frau," he thought, having no higher praise, and then he turned quickly to Polly and Jasper.
End of chapter 20. Recording by Cynthia Lyons.
Chapter 21 of Five Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For all that grand old Reggie's summit claimed them, it was some time before Mr. King's party left the little parlor. Herr Baruch surely didn't want to until he had gotten it settled just what he did mean about Polly's music. That she showed great promise, that some faults in the way she had been taught were there, that it was by no means too late to mend them, that she had spirit and expression and love for the art. Ah, that is it, after all. Herr Baruch clasped his long fingers and beamed at her, and then swept the entire party. Laugh, eh? Ah, how one must laugh at it! If not, shame, shame! His countenance darkened frightfully, and he fairly glared at them as he unclasped his hands and swung one over his head, while his black beard vibrated with each word. Goodness me! Exclaimed Tom Swan. It takes a musical man to sling around, I say. Jasper, I'd like to do a bit of boxing or cricketing with him. But Jasper didn't hear or see anything but Herr Baruch and Polly, and indeed the whole room was given up to the musical man and his words. At last Polly drew a long breath. Grandpapa was taking her hand. Let us all go out and explore a bit. And off they went, the entire party, and the musical man, as Tom still continued to call him in private, proved to be as expert in the use of his feet as his fingers, for he led them here, there, and everywhere that promised the least chance of a good view. The Polly saw only the glorious future when on the morrow Herr Baruch would really show her on the piano how best to study and to work, and the rosy glow of sunset wasn't one half as bright as all her dreams. Polly, said Phronsie, pulling her hand gently as she peered up into her face, are you looking at it? What, pet? Oh, yes, said Polly, starting out of her reverie with a little laugh. You mean the sunset? Yes, said Phronsie, I do mean that. Are you looking at it, Polly? Because if you're not looking, I wish you would, Polly. Well, I suppose I am looking at it, Phronsie, said Polly with another little laugh, but perhaps not in just the right way. For you see, Phronsie, I can't seem to see anything but just the splendid thing that is coming tomorrow. Oh, Phronsie Pepper, just think of that. I know, said Phronsie, with a little gurgle of delight at Polly's happiness, and I am so glad, Polly. Of course you are, declared Polly warmly, just as glad as can be, Phronsie, and she threw her arm around her. And now I'm going to look at the sunset in the right way, I hope. Isn't it beautiful, child? Polly, declared Phronsie, suddenly wriggling away from Polly's arm to stand in front of her with a beaming face. I think it's just as beautiful as it can be up top here. I can see right in between that red cloud and that little pink teensy one, and I wish I could just go in, Polly. Wouldn't it be nice? Echoed Polly enthusiastically. Oh, to go in between these clouds there and see it all, said Polly. Dear me, exclaimed Adela. I shouldn't like it. I'd much rather stay down here and sketch it. We could go sailing off, oh, ever so far, said Polly, swinging her arms to suit the action to the words. And you'd be stuck to your rock here, Adela, while Phronsie, you and I would sit on the edge of a cloud and let our feet hang over, and oh, Adela, you could sketch us then as we went sailing by. How that would look! Exclaimed Adela with such a face that Polly burst out into a merry laugh, and Phronsie, joining with her little crow of delight and clapping her hands at the idea of such fun, brought pretty much the whole party around them. What's up? Cried Tom to Jasper on the way to the girls, with some fear, for he didn't dare even yet to talk much to Polly. As for Adela, he let her severely alone. Don't know, said Jasper, but we'll soon find out. And they did, by Phronsie's flying away from Polly and skipping down over the rocks to meet them. Oh, Jasper, Polly's telling how we would sail on that beautiful cloud, announced Phronsie, her yellow hair flying from her face as she sped along, heedless of her steps. "Take care or you'll fall," warned Jasper. "See, your mother is looking worried." And truth to tell, Mrs. Fisher, on a point of rocks a little way off with the others, was getting a bit alarmed as she saw the progress of her baby. "I'll take care," said Phronsie, sobering down at thought of Mamsie's being troubled, and beginning to pick away carefully, and Jasper gathered up her fingers in his, thinking of the time when she toiled up and down the long stairway when she first came to what was now her home. Blessed thought! And Polly and he sat down at the foot to watch her. "And so Polly and you are going to try sailing on that cloud there?" said Jasper, squinting up at the brilliant sky. "We aren't really going, Jasper," said Phronsie, shaking her head soberly, "because you see we can't. But Polly's pretending it all, and we're to sit on the edge and swing our feet, and Adela's going to make a picture of us." "Whew!" whistled Jasper. "And they say, Polly," for now they had scrambled up to the two girls, "isn't there room for us on that cloud too?" While Tom kicked pebbles and wished he knew how to talk to girls. "Perhaps," said Polly, gaily. "Oh, I suppose that those who couldn't get on our cloud could take the next one." "I'd rather have your cloud, Polly," said Jasper. "And Grandpapa must come too," cried Phronsie, in alarm at the very thought of his being left out. "I want him on our cloud, Polly." "Yes, and Mamsie and Papa Doctor," finished Polly, ready for any nonsense. She was just bubbling over so with joy at thought of the morrow and what it would bring. "Well, it is good the cloud is big," squinting up at the radiant sky. "And Tom, you are coming on that cloud boat." Jasper pulled him forward with a merry laugh, giving him a clap on the back at the same time. Oh, I can't, no, thank you," stammered Tom, thus suddenly brought into notice. "Excuse me," just as if the invitation had been a bona fide one. Polly never smiled, but Adela giggled right out. Tom's face flushed, and he rushed off furiously, and determined never to chance it again, whereby he'd be mortified before girls, not he. All the gay time was flown, and the red and pink and purple clouds looked down upon a sorry, uncomfortable little group. Jasper spoke first. "I must go after him," and he dashed down the rocks. "Oh, dear me, I couldn't help it," said Adela, twisting uncomfortably. "It was so silly in him to take it all in earnest." "He didn't really think we meant it," said Polly, her brown eyes very grave. Would Jasper really persuade him to forget that laugh? "But he is shy, and he said the first thing that came into his head." "Boys haven't any right to be shy," said Adela, fussing with her little sketching block and pencil. "They are so big and strong." "Why did Tom run away so fast?" asked Phronsie, only half comprehending. "Never mind, child," said Polly, with a reassuring pat on her head. "And isn't Jasper coming back?" asked Phronsie, in great distress. "Yes, oh, I guess so," said Polly. "Oh, there, the pretty glow is all faded. See, Phronsie," pointing up to the leaden clouds that no one who had failed to see a few moments before could have imagined alive with colour. "No, we ought to run over to the others, for they'll be going back to the hotel." "It's all gone," said Phronsie, sadly, looking up at the darkening sky. "Polly, where has the pretty red and pink gone to?" "Oh, I don't know," said Polly, thinking only of Tom, and what a hard time Jasper must be having with him. "Take care, Phronsie. Don't look up now, you'll fall. There, take my hand. Now come on." "Oh, dear me, I didn't mean to laugh," Adela was saying to herself as she fell back in the zigzag path down the rocks. "I wish I hadn't. I'll What she meant to do wasn't very clear in her mind. What she did do was to run up to her grandmother's in her room, and toss her sketch book on the table, and herself on the bed, for a good hearty cry. Polly found her there when they couldn't find her anywhere else, with much searching and running about. Little old Mrs. Gray was worrying dreadfully, so afraid she had been blown from the rocks, for the wind had now risen, and all the travellers were seeking the shelter and warmth of the hotel corridor and parlours. "Oh, Adela, how could you?" Polly was going to say, and then she thought that would be the very worst thing in all the world, for Adela's shoulders were shaking, and it would only make her cry worse. And besides, Polly remembered how she had sometimes given way in just this fashion, and how much worse she would have been had it not been for a wise, good mother. So she ran out in the hall. I must tell her grandmother, she said to herself. Have you found her? Asked Jasper, looking up from the foot of the staircase. Yes, said Polly. I have. All right. And Jasper vanished, and Polly went slowly back, wishing she could be downstairs with all the dear people, instead of trying to comfort this dismal girl. The next moment she was kneeling down by the side of the bed and trying to get hold of one of Adela's hands. But Adela bounced over to the farther side, and she cried out angrily, It's all very well for you to say so, because you didn't do it, and everybody likes you. Oh, dear me! But I've often done things just as bad, confessed Polly. And Adela, I've cried like this too. But Momsey, oh, Adela, she made me see it was wrong, so I had to stop it, you know. How is it wrong? Asked Adela, rolling over and taking the handkerchief away from one eye enough to see Polly Pepper's face. I can cry, I guess, if I want to, without asking anybody. Oh, no, you can't, said Polly decidedly. I mean, no one can. Why not, pray tell? Said Adela, sniffing very hard. My eyes are my own, and I shall cry too, whenever I want to. Well, I can't just tell you exactly why you can't cry when you want to, said Polly, afraid she wasn't going to say the right word. But Momsey could if she were here. I'll go and call her, Adela. And Polly sprang to her feet. She'll come, I know. Oh, no, no, cried Adela in a mortal alarm. I don't want her. I mean, I'd rather have you. You're a girl, and a woman talking at me scares me. Then you mustn't cry if I stay, said Polly, stopping short and seeing her advantage. For I surely shall go, Adela, she added firmly, unless you stop crying. Oh, dear me, Adela squirmed all over the bed. I can't stop. I've always cried as much as I wanted to. Oh, dear me. I mean, I'll stop. Don't go, sopping up her wet face with a nervous hand. See, Polly? For Polly had slipped out of the room. Adela flew off from the bed. Polly, 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 she called in a piteous little tone. Polly, halfway down the stairs, looked back. Oh, you are up, she said with a smile. Now that's fine. Come. And she held out her hand. Mercy me and oh my, cried Adela. I can't go looking like this while I'm a perfect sight. I know, Polly Pepper. My nose feels all bunged out of shape and as big. Never mind, said Polly, as reassuringly. Just dash some water over it and it'll be all right. I'll wait here for you. So Polly stood on her stair while Adela, bemoaning all the way that she didn't look fit to be seen, and that she was a perfect sight and she couldn't go down among them all, stumbled back into her room, and pretty soon Polly heard a big splash. Oh, dear me! Oh, what shall I do? What is the matter? Cried Polly, deserting her stair to run in and up to the washstand. Just see what I've done! Exclaimed Adela, holding out one arm. It was dripping wet, and the water was running off in a stream and down to meet a small puddle where the splash had struck on the floor. The pitcher slipped. Oh, dear me! Ugh! Cried Adela, wriggling all over. Stand still, said Polly. Do, Adela, till I wipe your sleeve dry. And she got the towel and began to sop and to pat Adela's arm. It never'll feel dry. It's perfectly awful. Ugh, Polly Pepper, declared Adela, twisting away from Polly's fingers. It's just like a wet snake. Ugh! Oh, dear me! And it gives me the creeps. You'll have to put on another waist, I do think, said Polly, hanging up the towel, aghast to find herself growing angry at all this delay, and with half a mind to run and leave Adela to herself. Oh, dear me, and there's this water running all over the floor, cried Adela, stepping gingerly over the pole and trying to pick off the wet sleeve from her arm at the same time. I'll fix it, said Polly as cheerily as she could, while you get your waist on. And she sopped the water up. There, that's done, she announced with satisfaction. Now do hurry, Adela. I can't get out of this old, horrid, wet sleeve, said Adela, very red in the face and pulling and twitching at it. Take care, you'll tear it, warned Polly. I don't care if I do, said Adela peevishly. Oh, dear me, somebody's coming. With that she flew into the closet and pulled to the door. Why, Polly, exclaimed Mother Fisher in surprise. What is the matter? We are all waiting to go into dinner. Oh, I am so sorry, began Polly, feeling as if nothing would be so delightful as to have a good cry in Mamsie's arms and tell all the story. Well, you must come right away, said Mrs. Fisher. Why, where is Adela? Looking around the room. I'm here, said Adela from the closet. Come out here, Adela, said Mrs. Fisher. So Adela came out, the wet sleeve still on her arms, but she had gotten out of the rest of the waist. That's too bad, said Mrs. Fisher, and in a minute Adela's wet arm was free and nicely dried, and a clean waist being found, it was soon on, and then Mother Fisher took up the hairbrush. We must have this all nice and smooth, she said, and Adela stood still, liking it all very much, and her hair was brushed, much as if she had been Phronsie, and then Mother Fisher released her with a smile. There, now you are ready, she said. She didn't scold a bit, said Adela, going after her with Polly down the stairs, and forgetting her red eyes and swollen nose. Our mother never scolds, declared Polly, with her head very high. Never in all this world, Adela Gray. And at dinner, Tom Selwyn looked across the table, and when he caught sight of Adela's face, and saw that someone else could feel as badly as he could, and he guessed the reason, he made up his mind what he was going to do next. And as soon as the meal was over, without giving himself time to think, he marched up to Adela. Say, I didn't mind much because you laughed, don't you know? And held out his hand. I've been crying ever since, said Adela, and I didn't mean to laugh. I know it, said Tom, to the first part of her sentence, looking at her nose. Well, never mind now, so it's quits, and shake hands. I don't know what quits is, said Adela, putting out her hand. Oh, it's when things are evened up somehow, said Tom. Not exactly that, but it'll do well enough by way of explaining. And I'm never going to laugh again at anybody, said Adela, lifting her red eyes. Well, come on, don't you want a game of draughts? Said Tom awkwardly. Draughts? Repeated Adela, very much puzzled. I don't know it. Why, what a whopper, Tom was going to say, but changed it to, why, I saw you playing it last night with Polly Pepper. Why, no, you didn't, said Adela, not very politely. That was checkers. That's the same thing, said Tom triumphantly, only you Americans call it that funny name. Well, I think it's a great deal nicer name than drops, said Adela. That's silly. Well, checkers, that's senseless, retorted Tom. And besides, you Americans always say nice at everything. Then he looked at her red eyes and poor little nose and added kindly, oh, never mind. Call it checkers then. I don't care. Let's have a game. And he rushed for the board. Mrs. Selwyn looked from her corner where she had taken a book and smiled to see him playing a game with the girl. Then she nodded over to Jasper and he smiled back. And Adela never once thought how she looked. And she beat Tom twice. And that quite set her up. And then for the next 3 games he routed her men completely off the board, and strange to say, she kept her temper and even smiled at the disaster. That's a good game. Old Mr. King came up as the last one was going on. Tom, my boy, you play a fine one, and she fights well, said Tom generously. She beat me twice. You don't say so, exclaimed Mr. King. Well, that's doing pretty well, Adela, to get ahead of the English lad, but you don't stand much of a chance this time. Tom's got the game sure. And so it proved in less time than it takes to write it. And then everybody said good night to everybody else, for the Alpine horn would sound at the earliest dawn to waken the sleepers to see the sunrise. Mumsy, cried Polly, raising her head suddenly as she cuddled into bed, supposing we shouldn't hear that horn? Just supposing it. Oh, can't I stay awake? Do let me, Momsy. Your grandfather has made arrangements for us all to be called, said Mrs. Fisher. so we won't have to depend on the horn. And now you must go to sleep just as fast as ever you can. Then you'll be as bright as a button in the morning, Polly." "Momsey," said Polly, "I don't think Grandpapa has kept from doing anything he could to make us happy. Do you, Momsey?" "Not a single thing." "No," said Mother Fisher, "I don't, Polly." End of chapter. This chapter was read by Ryan Satterfield. www.ryansatterfield.com.
Chapter 22 of Five Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney. Chapter 22. Polly Tries to Help. "Mamsie, what shall we do?" Polly clasped her hands in despair and looked down on Phronsie, sleeping away as if she meant to take her own time to wake up, regardless of sunrise on the Ridgy. "Oh, dear me, and she went to bed so early last night on purpose." "You go right along, Polly," said Mother Fisher. "Put on your golf cape over your jacket, child. It's dreadfully cold out there. I shall stay with Phronsie, for of course we wouldn't leave her alone with Matilda, and all go off for a nice time." "No, of course not," cried Polly, in horror at the mere thought. "And she's in such a nice sleep, and so warm, that it's a pity to wake her up," finished Mrs. Fisher. "Oh, dear me," cried Polly, in distress. "I'd rather stay, Mamsie, and have you go." "No," said Mrs. Fisher, firmly. "I shall stay, so that is all there is about it, Polly. Now run along, child, and tell Matilda to hurry out too, for she wants to see the sunrise." Polly still lingered, until her mother looked up in surprise. "Why, Polly," she said reprovingly. "Oh, dear me!" exclaimed Polly. "I didn't mean to disobey, Mamsie. I really didn't. I'll go." And setting a kiss on Mother Fisher's black hair, she ran out on unsteady feet and with all her comfort gone. When she joined her group, it would have been rather hard to distinguish any of them, as everyone was wrapped up in shawls and rugs, if Jasper hadn't been a sort of scout in waiting for her, and Mrs. Fisher and Phronsie. And Tom could easily be picked out, for he hung around in Jasper's wake, and besides, he was so very big. "Where are they?" asked Jasper, looking down the corridor back of her. "Oh, Mamsie isn't coming, nor Phronsie either, for she's asleep, and Mamsie made me come," finished Polly dismally. "Oh, dear me," said Jasper, quite gone in sympathy. Tom Selwyn poked his head forward to hear, but, as it was something quite beyond his powers to help, he thrust his hands into his pockets and kicked aimlessly on the floor. "Well, come on, Polly," said Jasper, wishing he could lift the gloom from Polly's face, and feeling quite dismal himself. Little Dr. Fisher, muffled up in a big plaid shawl, so that only his spectacles gleamed in between the folds and his cap, suddenly edged up back of Polly and dropped the folds away from his ears, so that he could hear what was going on. And when the group hurried out of the door into the cold grey dawn, he was skipping down to his wife's room in the liveliest way imaginable. Old Mr. King had gone on ahead with the parson, as he couldn't scramble so fast, and now he met them with, "Well, are you all here? Where's Phronsie?" "Oh, Jasper, I can't tell him," gasped Polly, up on the tip-top bunch of rocks, and trying to be glad of the promise of the beautiful sunrise to come, for everybody agreed that it was apparently to be the best one that had gladdened the hearts of travellers for years. Then she whirled around and stared with all her might. "If there isn't Mamsie coming!" "As true as you live, it is!" cried Jasper, with a good look, and springing down the rocks to help her up. Tom Selwyn plunged after him, getting there first. So in the bustle nobody answered Mr. King, and he, supposing from the merry chatter that Phronsie was in the midst of it, concluded it best not to interrupt their fun, even if he could make them hear. "Your father made me come, Polly," said Mrs. Fisher, coming up between the two boys, "but I'd so much rather that he saw it," and her downcast face looked so very much like Polly that Jasper thought matters hadn't bettered themselves any. "But, Mamsie," said Polly, creeping up with her with all the comfort she could, "it makes him happy, just as it made you happy to have me go." "I know it," said Mother Fisher, with a sigh, "but he has so few pleasures, Polly, and he works so hard." And her gaze wandered off to the distant clouds, slowly beginning to break away. Polly held her breath as they waited and looked, although her heart was sad when the wee little streak of light began to come over in the east. "Isn't that just beautiful?" exclaimed Jasper, trying to enjoy it as much as he had expected. "See, Polly, the stars seem going out. Daylight's coming." "I know," said Polly, "so it is." Sure enough, a little strip of gold touched up the leaden sky and spread slowly. "See, it's turning pink." Mrs. Selwyn's plain, quiet face glowed. "See, Polly, look at that peak, bathed in colour." Just then a little voice said, "Oh, isn't that beautiful?" And whirling around on her rock, Polly saw little Dr. Fisher staggering along with a big bundle in his arms, out of which was peering Phronsie's face. Mother Fisher had turned too. "Oh, Adoniram," was all she said as Polly sprang off to meet them. "Give her to me," cried Tom Selwyn, of course reaching there first, before either Polly or Jasper, and before Dr. Fisher quite knew how, Phronsie was perched on the broad shoulder, and Tom was prancing up the rocky path as easily as if a bird had lighted on his arm. "She woke up, luckily," said little Dr. Fisher, "and she's bundled up, so there isn't a chance of her taking cold. Wife, this is grand." He gained her side and drew her hand under the big shawl. "You've come just in time," cried Polly, skipping around on her rock to the imminent danger of falling on her nose, and varying the exercises by cuddling Phronsie's toes, done up in a big bundle. "I declare if Papa Fisher hasn't tied them up in one of his blankets," she announced merrily. "A blanket is just as good as anything when the sunrise is waiting for you," said the little doctor coolly. "Isn't it?" cried Polly, back at him happily. "Oh, oh!" Everybody echoed, "Oh, oh!" then stood hushed to silence. A rosy blush spread from peak to peak, and all the shadows fell away. Everything below, towns, villages, lakes, and forests, stood out in the clear, cold dawn, and at last the sun burst forth in all his glory. "I'm so glad that people don't chatter," said Polly, when at last they turned away, for the swift clouds had shut it all out. "Did you see Phronsie's face, Jasper, when that light burst out?" "Yes, and Father's," answered Jasper. "I expect he'd been looking for her. Everybody is so bundled up you can hardly find your best friend. And then he saw her." "Yes, and she saw him and called him," said Polly. "Didn't you hear her?" "Didn't I, though?" said Jasper. "Who could help it? Wasn't Father pleased when he got up to us, Tom, to think you had Phronsie in such good shape? Phronsie, you're in luck," pinching as much of her toes as the bundle of blanket would allow. "You've got the best place of any of us, up on that perch." "I like it," said Phronsie in grave delight, "very much indeed," surveying them out of the depths of the shawl, "and I wish it needn't stop." "Well, it must," said Polly, with a sigh. "Dear me, see those people run." "Well, it's cold," said Jasper. "Let's you and I race to the hotel, Polly." "And the show is over," said Tom. "Why shouldn't they run?" as Jasper and Polly set off, and he strode after, getting there nearly as soon. An hour later Polly, who couldn't get to sleep again, for a nap before breakfast, went out to the little balcony window just outside her door, where she might sit and write in her journal, and meantime catch any chance view that the grey scudding clouds might afford. In this way she strove to work off the impatience possessing her for the beautiful hour to come after breakfast. "I can hardly believe it now," she thought, and she gave herself a little pinch to see if she were really awake. "It seems too good to be true to think that the great Professor Bauricke is actually going to tell me how to learn to play well." "Say," a voice struck upon her ear, "oh, I'm in the most awful distress." Polly clapped her book to and looked up. "Oh, dear, dear!" It was a tall, spare woman, with a face that had something about it like Grandma Bascom's. It must have been the cap frills flapping around her cheeks. "What can I do for you?" asked Polly, springing up. "Oh, do take my chair and sit down and tell me about it." "Oh, will you help me? The land! I couldn't set when I'm in such trouble," declared the old woman. "My senses, I should fly off the handle." Polly, feeling that she was in the presence of some dreadful calamity, stood quite still. "You see, me and my sister, she's in high strikes now in there." The old woman tossed her head to indicate a room further down the hall, whereat the cap frills flapped wilder than ever. "Bein' as it belonged to both of us, she feels as bad as I do, but as I was the one that lost it, why it stands to reason I've got to shake around and get it again. Say, will you help me? You've got a pair of bright eyes as ever I see in a head, and what's the good of 'em if you can't help in trouble like this?" Polly, feeling that her eyes would never forgive her if she didn't let them help on such an occasion, promised. "What is it you have lost?" she asked. "Don't you know?" cried the old woman impatiently. "Mercy me! How many times shall I tell you? My bosom pin. It was took of Pa when he was a young man and awful handsome, and I didn't want to leave it in the room when we went out, 'cause somebody might get in, and they'd be sure to want it, so I pinned it on my nightcap strings, and it's gone, and I a gallivanting around on them rocks, a looking at the sunrise, and I can see that to home all I want to. I must have been crazy." "Oh, I see, and you want me to go out and help you look for it?" said Polly, her brow clearing. "Of course," assented the old woman impatiently. "Land, your intellects ain't as bright as your eyes. My sakes, how many times do you expect me to tell you? I've been a looking and a peeking everywhere, but my eyes are old, and I don't dare to tell any one to help me, for like enough they'd pick it up when I weren't seeing, and slip Pa in their pocket, and I'd never see him again." Polly, feeling if Pa was slipped in a pocket and carried off, it would be a calamity indeed, said heartily, "I'll get my jacket and cap and come right out." "She looks honest. I guess I hain't done no harm to tell her about our bosom pin," said the old woman to herself as Polly disappeared. Mamsie being asleep, Polly could say nothing to her, but feeling that she would allow it if she knew, she threw on her things and ran out to meet the old woman, with a shawl tied over her nightcap and a big long cape on. "I tell you she's in high strikes," said the old woman, going down the hall. "That's our room, 37, and I've seen you and your folks going by, so I feel in some ways acquainted, and if I don't find Pa, I'll be flabbergasted myself." "Do let us hurry," said Polly, her mind now only on Pa. So they went down the stairs and out by the door and up the rocky path, just where the old woman said she and Sister Carline took when they went out to see the sunrise. "And I wish we'd kept in bed," ejaculated Polly's companion. "I most lost my teeth out, they chattered so, and so did Carline hers. And that wouldn't 'a' been nothin' to losin' Pa, 'cause we could 'a' got more teeth, but how could we 'a' got him took when he was 19 and so handsome? There, here we stop just at this identical spot." "Well, I think we shall find it," said Polly, consolingly. "How did the pin look?" she asked, for the first time remembering to ask, and beginning to poke around in the crevices. "My land sakes! I never see such a girl for wanting to be told over and over," exclaimed the old woman, irritably, picking up first one ample gaiter and then another to warm her cold toes in her hands. "Haven't I told you he was awful handsome? Well, he had on his blue coat, and big brass buttons for one thing, and his shirt front was ruffled, and—" "Was it gold around it?" asked Polly, poking away busily. "Gold? I guess it was, and there was dents in it where Carline and I bit into it when we were babies, 'cause mother give it to us when our teeth was comin'. 'Twas better'n a chicken bone, she said." "Oh," said Polly. "Well, now you know," said Carline's sister, "and don't for mercy's sake ask any more useless questions. I'm most sorry I brung you." "I might go down and get the boys, Jasper and Tom. They'd love to help," said Polly, feeling that she was very much out of place, and there was no hope of finding Pa under the circumstances. The old woman clutched her arm and held her fast. "Don't you say a single word about any boys," she commanded. "I hate boys," she exploded. "They're the worry of our lives. Car'line and me, they get into our garden and steal all our fruit, and they hang on behind our chaise when we ride out, and keep me a looking round and slashing the whip at 'em the whole livelong time. Oh, my! Boys!" "What in the world is Polly Pepper doing up on those rocks?" cried Jasper, just spying her. "Come on, Tom, and let's see." And they seized their caps and buttoned their jackets against the wind, which had just sprung up, and dashed off to see for themselves. "Ugh! You go right away!" screamed Car'line's sister, as their heads appeared over the point of rocks, and shaking both hands fiercely at them. "Whew!" whispered Jasper, with his eyes in surprise on Polly. "And what old party are you?" demanded Tom, finding it easy to talk to her, as she was by no means a girl. "And do you own this mountain, anyway?" "Oh, don't!" begged Polly. "And Jasper, if you would go away, please, and not ask any questions." "All right," cried Jasper, swallowing his disappointment not to know. "Come on, Tom. Polly doesn't want us here." "And I won't have you here," screamed the old woman, harder than ever. "So get away as soon as you can. Why, you are boys." "I know it." Tom bobbed his head at her. "We've always been, ma'am." "And boys are good for nothing, and lazy, and thieves. Yes, I wouldn't trust 'em." So she kept on as they hurried back over the rocky path. "That's a tiger for you!" ejaculated Tom. Then he stopped and looked back a little anxiously. "Aren't you afraid to leave Polly with her?" "No," said Jasper. "It would trouble Polly to have us stay." Yet he stopped and looked anxious too. "We will wait here." And after a while down came the two searchers, the old woman quite beside herself now, and scolding every bit of the way. That she didn't see what bright eyes were for when they couldn't find anything, and now that Pa'd gone sliding down that mountain, they might as well give up, she and Car'line, when a sudden turn in the path brought the boys into view waiting behind the rocks. Then all her fury burst upon them. "See here, now," cried Tom, suddenly squaring up to her and looking at the face between the nodding cap frills. "We are ready to take a certain amount of abuse, my friend and I, but we won't stand more, I can tell you." "Oh, don't," began Polly, clasping her hands. "Oh, Tom, please keep still. She doesn't know what she's saying, for she's lost her pin with her father on." "Hey!" cried Jasper. "Say it again, Polly," while Tom shouted and roared all through Polly's recital. "Was it an old fright with a long nose, in a blue coat and ruffles, and as big as a turnip?" he asked between the shouts, while Polly tried to say, "Yes, I guess so," and Miss Car'line's sister so far overcame her aversion to boys as to seize him by the arm. Tom shook her off like a feather. "See here, old party," he cried, "that ancient pin of yours is reposing in the hotel office at this blessed moment. Jasper and I," indicating his friend, "ran across it on the rocks up there more than an hour ago, and—" "Oh, Pa's found!" exclaimed the old woman, in a shrill scream of delight, beginning to trot down to the hotel office. Yes, it would have been impossible for Pa to have got off this mountain without making a landslide, said Tom after her. End of chapter 22. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, February 2010.
Chapter 23 of Five Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Salazar. Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney. Chapter 23. In the Shadow of the Matterhorn. They had been days at dear Interlaken, walking up and down the Hohe Weg, of which they never tired, or resting on the benches under the plane and walnut trees opposite their hotel, just sitting still to gaze their fill upon the Jungfrau. This was best of all, so Polly and Jasper thought, and Phronsie was content to pass hour after hour there by Grandpapa's side, and imagine all sorts of pretty pictures and stories in and about the snow-clad heights of the majestic mountain. And the throng of gaily dressed people sojourning in the big hotels and the stream of tourists passed and repassed, with many a curious glance at the stately white-haired old gentleman and the little yellow-haired girl by his side. "A perfect beauty!" exclaimed more than one matron, with a sigh for her ugly girls by her side or left at home. "She's stunning, and no mistake!" Many a connoisseur in feminine loveliness turned for a last look, or passed again for the same purpose. "Grandpapa," Phronsie prattled on, "that looks just like a little tent up there, a little white tent. Doesn't it, Grandpapa dear?" "Yes, Phronsie," said Grandpapa happily, just as he would have said, "Yes, Phronsie," if she had pointed out any other object in the snowy outline. "And there's a cunning little place where you and I could creep into the tent," said Phronsie, bending her neck like a meditative bird. "And I very much wish we could, Grandpapa dear." "We'd find it pretty cold in there," said Grandpapa, "and wish we were back here on this nice seat, Phronsie." "What makes it so cold up there, Grandpapa, when the sun shines?" asked Phronsie suddenly. "Say, Grandpapa, what makes it?" "Oh, it's so far up in the air," answered old Mr. King. "Don't you remember how cold it was up on the Rigi? And that was about 9,000 feet lower." "Oh, Grandpapa!" exclaimed Phronsie in gentle surprise, unable to compass such figures. Mr. King's party had made 1 or 2 pleasant little journeys to the Lauterbrunnen Valley, staying there and at Mürren, and to Grindelwald as well, but they came back to sit on the benches by the walnut and the plane trees, in front of the matchless Jungfrau. "And this is best of all," said Polly. And so the day slipped by, till one morning, at the breakfast table, Mrs. Selwyn said, "Tomorrow we must say good-bye, my boy and I." "Hey, what?" exclaimed Mr. King, setting his coffee cup down not very gently. "Our vacation cannot be a very long one," said Tom's mother, with a little smile. "There are my father and my 2 daughters and my other boys in England." Tom's face was all awry as Mr. King said, "And you mean to say, Mrs. Selwyn, that you really must move on tomorrow?" "Yes, we really must," she said decidedly. "But oh," and her plain, quiet face changed swiftly, "you cannot know how sorry we shall be to leave your party." "In that case, Mrs. Fisher," old Mr. King looked down the table length to Mumsy, "we must go too, for I don't intend to lose sight of these nice traveling companions until I am obliged to." Tom's face was one big smile. "Oh, goody!" exclaimed Polly, as if she were no older than Phronsie. Jasper clapped Tom's back instead of wasting words. "So we will all proceed to pack up without more ado after breakfast. After all, it is wiser to make the move now, for we are getting so that we want to take root in each place." "You just wait till you get to Zermatt," whispered Polly to Phronsie, who, under cover of the talk buzzing around the table, had confided to her that she didn't want to leave her beautiful mountain. "Grandpapa is going to take us up to the Gorner Grat, and there you can see another mountain, oh, so near. He says it seems almost as if you could touch it, and it's all covered with snow, Phronsie, too." "Is it as big as my mountain here?" asked Phronsie. "Yes, bigger, 1,000 feet or more," answered Polly, glad that she had looked it up. "Is it?" said Phronsie. "Every mountain is bigger, isn't it, Polly?" "It seems to be," said Polly with a little laugh. "And has it a little white tent on the side, just like my mountain here?" asked Phronsie, holding Polly's arm as she turned off to catch the chatter of the others. "Oh, I suppose so," answered Polly carelessly. Then she looked up and caught Mumsy's eye, and turned back quickly. "At any rate, Phronsie, it's all peaked on the top, oh, almost as sharp as a needle, and it seems to stick right into the blue sky, and there are lots and lots of other mountains, oh, awfully high. And the sun shines up there a good deal, and it's too perfectly lovely for anything, Phronsie Pepper." "Then I want to go," decided Phronsie. "I do so want to see that white needle, Polly." "Well, eat your breakfast," said Polly, "because you know we all have ever so much to do today to get off." "Yes, I will," declared Phronsie, attacking her cold chicken and roll with great vigor. "It seems as if the whole world were at Zermatt," said the parson, looking out from the big piazza crowded with the hotel people, out to the road in front, with every imaginable tourist passing and repassing. Donkeys were being driven up, either loaded down to their utmost with heavy bags and trunks, or else waiting to receive on their patient backs the heavier people. Phronsie never could see the poor animals without such distress coming in her face that every one in the party considered it his or her bounden duty to comfort and reassure her. So this time it was Tom's turn to do so. "Oh, don't you worry," he said, looking down into her troubled little face, where he sat on the piazza railing swinging his long legs. "They like it, those donkeys do." "Do they?" asked Phronsie doubtfully. "Yes, indeed," said Tom with a gusto as if he wished he were a donkey, and in just that very spot. "It gives them a chance to see things, and to hear things too, don't you know?" went on Tom, at his wits' end to know how he was going to come out of his sentences. "Oh," said Phronsie, yet she sighed as she saw the extremely fat person just being hauled up to a position on a very small donkey's back. "You see, if they don't like it," said Tom, digging his knife savagely into the railing, "they have a chance to kick up their heels and unsettle that heavy party." "Oh, dear me!" exclaimed Phronsie in great distress. "That would hurt the poor woman, Tom." "Well, it shows that the donkey likes it," said Tom with a laugh, "because he doesn't kick up his heels." "And so," ran on Tom, "why, we mustn't worry, you and I, if the donkey doesn't. Just think." He made a fine diversion by pointing with his knife blade up to the slender spire of the Matterhorn. "We're going up on a little jaunt tomorrow, to look into that fellow's face." Phronsie got out of her chair to come and stand by his side. "I like that white needle," she said with a gleeful smile. "Polly said it was nice, and I like it." "I should say it was," declared Tom with a bob of his head. "Phronsie, I'd give I don't know what if I could climb up there." He thrust his knife once more into the railing, where it stuck fast. "Don't," begged Phronsie, her hand on his sleeve. "Go up that big white needle, Tom." "No, I won't. It's safe to promise that," he said grimly, with a little laugh. "Good reason why, because I can't. The little mother wouldn't sleep nights just to think of it, and I promised the granddaddy that I wouldn't so much as think of it, and here I am breaking my word. But I can't help it." He twitched his knife out suddenly, sprawled off from the railing, and took several hasty strides up and down the piazza. "Well, that's all right, Phronsie," he said, coming back to get astride the railing again. This time he turned a cold shoulder on Phronsie's white needle. "Now, tomorrow we'll have no end of fun." And he launched forth on so many and so varied delights that Phronsie's pleased little laugh rang out again and again, bringing rest to many a wearied traveler, tired with the sights, sounds, and scenes of a European journey. "I wish we could stay at this nice place," said Phronsie, the next morning, poking her head out over the side of the car as it climbed off from the Riffelalp station. "Take care, child," said Grandpapa with a restraining hand. "You would want to stop at every place," said Polly from the seat in front with a gay little laugh, "and we never should get on at that rate, but then I am just as bad," she confessed. "So am I," chimed in Jasper. "Dear me, how I wanted to get a chance to sketch some of those magnificent curves and rapids and falls in the Visp River coming up." "Oh, that dear, delicious Visp River!" echoed Polly, while Adela began to bemoan that it was the best thing they had seen, and the car whizzed them by so fast she couldn't do a thing. Oh dear. "I got some snapshots, but I don't believe they are good for anything," said Jasper, "just from the pure perversity of the thing." "Take my advice," said Tom, lazily leaning forward, "and don't bother with a camera anyway." "As if you expected any one to take up with such a piece of advice," ejaculated Jasper in high disdain. "Say something better than that, Tom, if you want to be heard." "Oh, I don't expect to be heard, or listened to in the slightest," he said calmly. "Anybody who will trot round with a kodak hanging to his neck by a villainous strap can't be—" "Who's got a villainous strap hanging to his neck?" cried Jasper, while the rest shouted as he picked at the fern box thus hanging to Tom. "Oh, that's quite a different thing," declared Tom, his face growing red. "I know, one is a kodak and the other is a fern box," said Jasper, nodding. "I acknowledge they are different," and they all burst out laughing again. "Well, at least," said Tom, joining in the laugh, "you must acknowledge too, that I go off by myself and pick up my wild flowers and green things, and I'm not bothering round focusing every living thing and pointing my little machine at every freak in nature that I see." "All right," said Jasper good-naturedly, "but you have the strap round your neck all the same, Tom." And Phronsie wanted to stay at the Riffelberg just as much, and old Mr. King was on the point of saying, "Well, we'll come up here for a few days, Phronsie," when he remembered Mrs. Selwyn and her boy, and how they must get on. Instead, he cleared his throat and said, "We shall see it after dinner, child," and Phronsie smiled, well contented. But when she reached the Corner Grat station, and took Grandpapa's hand and began to ascend the bridle path to the hotel, she couldn't contain herself and screamed right out, "Oh, Grandpapa, I'd rather stay here." "It is beautiful, isn't it?" echoed old Mr. King, feeling 20 years younger since he started on his travels. "Well, well, child, I'm glad you like it," looking down into her beaming little face. "You are very much to be envied, sir. I can't help speaking to you and telling you so," said a tall, sober-looking gentleman, evidently an English curate off on his vacation, as he caught up with him on the ascent, where they had paused at one of the look-offs. "For having that child as company, and those other young people?" "You say the truth," replied old Mr. King cordially. "From the depths of my heart I pity anyone who hasn't some children to take along when going abroad. But then they wouldn't be little Peppers," he added, under his breath, as he bowed and turned back to the view. "There's dear Monte Rosa!" cried Polly enthusiastically. "Oh, I just love her!" "And there's Castor and Pollux," said Jasper. "And there's the whole of them," said Tom, disposing of the entire range with a sweep of his hand. "Dear me, what a lot there are! To be sure, it quite tires one." "Oh, anybody but a cold-blooded Englishman," exclaimed Jasper, with a mischievous glance, "to travel with." "Anything on earth but a gushing American," retorted Tom, "to go round the world with." "I wish I could sketch a glacier," bemoaned Adela, stopping every minute or two as they wound around the bridle path. "But I can't. I've tried ever so many times." "Wait till we get to the Mer de Glace," advised Tom. "You can sit down in the middle of it and sketch away all you want to." "Well, I'm going to," said Adela with sudden determination. "I don't care. You can all laugh if you want to." "You can sketch us all," suggested Jasper, "for we shall have horrible old stockings on." "I shan't have horrible old stockings on," said Adela in a dudgeon, sticking out her foot. "I wear just the same stockings that I do at home, at school in Paris, and they are quite nice." "Oh, I mean you'll have to put on coarse woolen ones that the peasant women knit on purpose. We all shall have to do the same, on over our shoes," explained Jasper. "Oh, dear me!" cried Adela in dismay. "And I think we shall slip and slide a great deal worse with those things tied on our feet than to go without any," said Polly, wrinkling up her brows at the idea. "'Twouldn't be safe to go without them," said Jasper, shaking his head, "unless we had nails driven in our shoes." "I'd much rather have the nails," cried Polly. "Oh, much rather, Jasper." "Well, we'll see what Father is going to let us do," said Jasper. "Wasn't that fun snowballing? Just think, in July!" cried Polly, craning her neck to look back down the path toward the Riffelberg station. "Did you pick up some of that snow?" asked Adela. "Didn't we, though?" exclaimed Jasper. "I got quite a good bit in my fist." "My ball was such a little bit of a one," mourned Polly. "I scraped up all I could, but it wasn't much." "Well, it did good execution," said Tom. "I got it in my eye." "Oh, did it hurt you?" cried Polly in distress, running across the path to walk by his side. "Not a bit," said Tom. "I tried to find some to pay you back, and then we had to fly for the cars." The plain, quiet face under the English bonnet turned to Mrs. Fisher as they walked up the path together. "I cannot begin to tell you what gratitude I am under to you," said Tom's mother, "and to all of you. When I think of my father, I am full of thankfulness. When I look at my boy, the goodness of God just overcomes me in leading me to your party. May I tell you of ourselves sometime, when a good opportunity offers for a quiet talk?" "I'd like nothing better," said Mother Fisher heartily. "If there is one person I like more than another who isn't of our family or any of our home friends, it's Mrs. Selwyn," she had confided to the little doctor just a few days before. "She hasn't any nonsense about her, if she is an earl's daughter." "Earl's daughter," sniffed the little doctor, trying to slip a collar button into a refractory binding. "Dear me, now that's gone. No, 'tisn't. That's luck," as the button rolled off into a corner of the bureau top, where it was easily captured. "Let me do that for you, Adoniram," said Mother Fisher, coming up to help him. "I guess you'll have to, wife, if it's done at all," he answered, resigning himself willingly to her hands. "The thing slips and slides like all possessed. Well, now, I was going to say that I wouldn't hate a title so much if there was a grain of common sense went along with it, and that Mrs. Selwyn just saves the whole lot of English nobility, and makes them worth speaking to, in my opinion." And after they had their dinner and were scattered in groups in the bright sunshine, sitting on the wooden benches by the long tables, or taking photographs, or watching through the big glass some mountain climbers on one of the snowy spurs of the Matterhorn, the good opportunity for a quiet talk came about. "Now," said Mother Fisher, with a great satisfaction in her voice, "may we sit down here on this bench, Mrs. Selwyn, and have that talk?" Tom's mother sat down, well pleased, and folding her hands in her lap, this earl's daughter, mistress of a dozen languages, as well as mistress of herself on all occasions, began as simply and with as much directness as a child. "Well, you know my father. Let me tell you, aside from the eccentricities that are mere outside matters and easily explained, if you understood the whole of his life, a kinder man never lived, nor a more reasonable one. But it was a misfortune that he had to be left so much alone, as since my mother's death a dozen years ago has happened. It pained me much." A shadow passed over her brow, but it was gone again, and she smiled, and her eyes regained their old placid look. "I live in Australia with my husband, where my duty is, putting the boys, as fast as they were old enough, and the little girls as well, into English schools. But Tom has always been with my father at the vacations, for he is his favorite, as of course was natural, for he is the eldest. And though you might not believe it, Mrs. Fisher, my father was always passionately fond of the boy." "I do believe it," said Mother Fisher quietly, and she put her hand over the folded ones. Mrs. Selwyn unclasped hers, soft and white, to draw within them the toil-worn one. "Now that's comfortable," she said with another little smile. "And here is where his eccentricity became the most dangerous to the peace of mind of our family," continued Mrs. Selwyn. "My father seemed never able to discover that he was doing the lad harm by all sorts of indulgence and familiarity with him, a sort of hail fellow well met way that surprised me more than I can express, when I discovered it on my last return visit to my old home. My father, who never tolerated anything but respect from all of us, who were accustomed to despotic government, I can assure you, was allowing Tom— Well, you were with him on the steamer," she broke off abruptly. The placid look was gone again in a flash. "Yes," said Mother Fisher, her black eyes full of sympathy. "Don't let that trouble you, dear Mrs. Selwyn. Tom was pure gold down underneath. We saw that, and the rest is past." "Ah!" The placid look came back as quickly. "That is my only comfort, that you did, for father told the whole, not sparing himself. Now he sees things in the right light, he says, because your young people taught it to him. And he was cruelly disappointed because you couldn't come down to visit him in his home." "We couldn't," said Mother Fisher in a sorry voice, at seeing the other face. "I understand, quite," said Tom's mother, with a gentle pressure of the hand she held. "And then the one pleasure he had was in picking out something for Polly." "Oh, if the little red leather case had gone back to the poor old man," ran through Mother Fisher's mind, possessing it at once. "I don't think his judgment was good, Mrs. Fisher, in the selection," said Mrs. Selwyn, a small pink spot coming on either cheek. "But he loves Polly. He wanted to show it." "And he was so good to think of it," cried Mother Fisher, her heart warming more and more toward the little old earl. "And as he couldn't be turned from it, and his health is precarious if he's excited, why, there was nothing to be done about it. And then he insisted that Tom and I come off for a bit of a run on the continent, the other children being with him. And as my big boy—" Here a loving smile went all over the plain face, making it absolutely beautiful— "had worried down deep in his heart over the past, till I was more troubled than I can tell you. Why, we came. And then God was good, for then we met you. Oh, Mrs. Fisher!" She drew her hands by a sudden movement away, and put them on Mother Fisher's shoulders, and then that British matron, rarely demonstrative with her own children even, leaned over and kissed Polly's mother. "I can't see why it's so warm up here," said Polly, racing over to their bench, followed by the others. "Dear me, it's fairly hot," and she pulled off her jacket. "Don't do that, Polly," said her mother. "Oh, Mumsy, it's so very hot," said Polly, but she thrust her arms into the sleeves and pulled it on again. "I know, but you've been running," said Mrs. Fisher, "and have gotten all heated up." "Well, it's perfectly splendid to travel to places where we can run and race," said Polly, in satisfaction, throwing herself down on the rocks. The others all doing the same thing, Mr. King and the parson and Mrs. Henderson found them, and pretty soon the group was a big one. "Well, well, we are all here together. No, where's Mrs. Gray?" asked Mr. King presently. "She is resting in the hotel," said Mother Fisher. "Fast asleep, I think, by this time." "Yes," said Adela, "she is. I just peeked in on her, and she hasn't moved where you tucked her up on the lounge." "Grandpapa," asked Polly suddenly from the center of the group, "what makes it so very warm up here, when we are all surrounded by snow?" "You ask me a hard thing," said old Mr. King. "Well, for one thing, we are very near the Italian border. Those peaks over there, you know, follow my walking stick as I point it, are in sunny Italy." "Well, it is just like sunny Italy up here," said Polly, "I think," blinking and pulling her little cap over her eyes. "It's all the Italy you will get in the summer season," said Grandpapa. "You must wait for cold weather before I take one of you there." End of chapter 23. Recording by Catherine Salazar.
Chapter 24 of Five Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Myers. Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney. Chapter 24. The Round Robin. "Dear me, how the summer is going," mourned Polly, as they caught on the return journey the last glimpse of the roaring, tumbling Visp. And not all the craning of the necks could compass another view as the cars drew them away from the rushing river. "Never mind, Polly," said Jasper. "There's all next summer, and after our winter in Dresden, and all our hard work over music. Won't it be fine, though, to jaunt round again?" And his eyes glistened. "Dresden," echoed Polly, sitting quite straight and with very red cheeks. "Oh, Jasper!" The magic word Dresden had unlocked visions of months of future delight, bringing back every word of dear Herr Bauricke, and all the instruction he had given her, on those happy days at Lucerne, that Polly felt quite sure were engraven deep on her heart to last for ever and ever. "And won't I study, though," exclaimed Polly to herself, "and make the professor that Herr Bauricke has engaged for me glad that he teaches me. Oh, won't I?" "Well, I'm sorry the summer is going," said Adela, "because then I've got to leave you at Paris and go into school." "But you like your school," said Polly brightly. "You've said so dozen times, Adelia." "Yes, I do," said Adela, "and I've got some sketches to take back, and Mademoiselle will be glad of that." "And you'll go on drawing and painting till you get to be a great artist," ran on Polly enthusiastically, "and then we'll see something you've done, in the Louvre, maybe." "The Louvre!" cried Adela. "Oh, dear me, Polly Pepper!" "I don't care," said Polly recklessly, pushing back the little rings of brown hair from her brow. "They'll be good enough, the pictures you are going to do, to put in the Louvre anyway, Adela Gray." Tom Selwyn had been very sober during all this merry chatter, and now in his seat across the narrow aisle he drummed his heels impatiently on the floor. His mother looked over at him, and slipping out of her seat went over to him. "Any room here, Tom, for mother?" she said. "Oh, I should say so," Tom slipped out, giving her the window seat, then flew back. "Now this is comfy," observed Mrs. Selwyn as the train sped on. "Tom, see here." "What's up, little mother?" asked Tom, in surprise at her unusual manner. "It's just this, Tom. You know we are going to Chamonix and up the Mer de Glace with Mr. King's party." Tom bobbed his head, not allowing himself to exclaim, "But that will be only a short journey now, and we must soon say good-bye." "Well, I've been thinking that I should like to go on to Geneva and to Paris," continued Miss Selwyn. "Only you dislike Paris so much, Tom," she added. "Oh, you're the bulliest, excuse me, you're no end of brick, I can't say what I mean," brought up Tom in despair, and he ran one long arm round her neck very much to the detriment of her neat collar. "Then you can overcome your dislike to Paris enough to go there?" asked his mother, with a little twinkle in her eye. "My dislike!" roared Tom. "Oh, dear me!" as everyone looked around. "Why, I just love Paris," he finished in an awful whisper, close to the plain black bonnet. When the news was circulated, as it was pretty soon, that the party was not to be broken into at all till Paris was a completed story, the jubilation was such as to satisfy even Tom. And as this particular party had the car entirely to themselves, it wasn't so very dreadful as it seems, and the elder members allowed indulgent smiles at it all. That night in the market-place at Martigny, Jasper, who was ahead with his father, ran back to Polly and the others lingering behind. "Oh, do hurry," he begged. "It's the prettiest sight." "Oh, what is it?" cried Polly, as they scampered off. There in the center of the market-place was a ring of little girls, hand in hand, singing a little French song, and going round and round in a circle. They were of all ages and sizes, the littlest one in a blue pinafore, being about 3 years of age, and so chubby she had to be helped along continually by a big girl, evidently her sister. This big sister stopped the ring game every now and then to kiss the round face by the side of her gown, an example that was followed by so many of the other girls that the game seemed to be never quite finished. And once in a while big sister would pick up the chubby little blue pinafored maiden and carry her through a considerable portion of the game. Then down she would put her on 2 chubby feet, and away they all circled without any break in the proceedings at all. "Oh, isn't it oats, peas, beans, and barley grow?" cried Polly, as they watched them intently. "Ever so much like it," said Tom. "See those boys? Now they're going to make trouble." "Oh, they shan't!" declared Polly. "Oh, dear me!" As one boy drew near on the side next to the travellers, and watched his chance, picked at a flying apron or two. But the ring of girls paid no more attention to him than they had to any other outside matters, being wholly absorbed in the game. So Polly and the others breathed freely again. But up came another boy. "Oh, dear me!" cried Polly, aghast. When number 3 put in an appearance, she gave up all hope at once. "They're jealous chaps," cried Tom, "and are vexed because they can't get into the game. Hear them cheer." And his long arm went out and picked a jacket end of an urchin who, incautiously regarding such quiet travellers as not worth minding, had hovered too near while trying to tease the girls. "Here you, sir," cried Tom, with a bit of a shake, and a torrent of remarkably good French not to be disregarded. Then he burst into a laugh, and the urchin laughed too, thinking this much better fun to tussle with the tall lad than to hang around a parcel of girls. And presently a woman came and took little blue pinafore off, and then the rest of the girls unclasped their hands, and the ring melted away, and the game was over. "I'm glad the girls over here have fun," said Polly, as Grandpapa and his party moved off. "Isn't it nice to think they do?" "It isn't much matter where you live. There's a good deal to be gotten out of life, if only you know how," said the parson, thinking busily of the little brown house. 2 or 3 days of rest at Martigny put everyone in good shape, and gave them all a bit of time to pick up on many little things that were behindhand. Tom looked over his floral treasures, with their last additions made at the Ryffelalp, and discarded such as hadn't pressed well. And Jasper and Polly rushed up to date with their journals, and wrote letters home, and Adela worked up her studies and sketches. Tom looked on silently when Polly and Jasper were scraping their pens in a lively fashion in the little writing room of the hotel. "That's my 3rd letter, Polly," announced Jasper, on the other side of the table. "Now I'm going to begin on Joel's." 1, 2, said Polly, counting. "Why, I thought I'd written 3. Well, this one is most finished, Jasper." "Yes," said Jasper, glancing it over at her. "Is that your last page, Polly?" "Yes," said Polly, hurrying away. Then she thought of what Mamsie had said, and slackened her speed. Tom cleared his throat and tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come nicely, so he burst out, "I say, I wish you'd write to my granddaddy, both of you." And then he stood quite still, very red in the face. Polly looked up quickly, her pen dropping from her fingers, and Jasper deserted his 4th letter and stared. "Why," said Polly, finding her tongue, "we wouldn't dare, Tom Selwyn." "Dare!" said Tom, delighted to think that no terrible result had really ensued from his words, that after they were out had scared him mightily. "Oh, if you knew, Granddaddy," and he sank into a chair by the table and played with the heap of picture postal cards that Polly was going to address next. "We might," said Polly slowly, "write a letter, all of us, a kind of round robin thing, you know, and send that." "So we could!" cried Jasper. "How would that do, Tom?" "The very thing!" exclaimed Tom, striking his hand so heavily on the table that for a minute it looked as if the ink bottle hopped. "Take care, there's no reason you should knock things over because you're overjoyed," cried Jasper gaily. "Well, let's leave our letters today, Polly, and set to on the round robin." "All right," said Polly, glad to think there was anything she could really do to please the little old earl. "But would your mother like it, Tom?" She stopped slowly and putting her unfinished letter into the little writing case and looked at him. "If you think there's a shadow of doubt on that score, I'd best run and ask her now." Tom got himself out of the chair and hid himself from the room, and in an incredibly short space of time back there he was. "My mother says, 'Thank Polly for thinking of it. It will do Father more good than anything else could possibly do.'" "Oh, I don't suppose you want any more answer," said Tom, quite radiant, looking down at Polly. "No, only I didn't think of it first," said Polly, in a distressed little tone. "Why, Polly Pepper!" exclaimed Tom, "I certainly heard you say round robin, when I'll venture to say not a soul of us had even thought of it. We certainly hadn't said so." "Well, you spoke of the letter first," said Polly, unwilling to take the credit for all the comfort going to the little old earl, "and I shall tell your mother so, Tom." "But I didn't say round robin," persisted Tom. "Wasn't smart enough to think of it." "And let's get to work," cried Jasper, huddling up his 3 letters. "I'll post yours too, Polly. Give them here." "Oh, dear, my stamps are all gone," said Polly, peering into the little box in one corner of her writing case. "I've plenty," said Jasper, hurrying off. "I'll stick on 2 for you." "Oh, no, Jasper," cried Polly after him. "You know Mamsie would not allow me to borrow." "It isn't borrowing," said Jasper, turning back slowly. "I'll give them to you, Polly." "But Mamsie said when we started I should get my stamps when I needed them," said Polly. "You know she did, Jasper." "Yes, she did," said Jasper uncomfortably. Then his face brightened, and he said, "And she's right, Polly," while Polly fished a franc out of Joel's little money bag that hung in her belt. "Do get the stamps, please, Jasper, and put them on." And he took up her 2 letters, and she gave the bag a little pat for Joel's sake, wishing it was his stubby black hair that her fingers could touch. "Dear me, you are dreadfully particular about taking 2 postage stamps, seems to me," said Adela, who had taken that time, as she hadn't any letters to write, to work on one of her studies from memory of the Visp. Tom's blue eyes flashed dangerously when he cleared his throat, whistled, and walked to the window. "I don't know where we are going to get nice white paper for a round robin," said Polly, leaning her elbows on the table and her chin in her hands. "I know!" ejaculated Tom, whirling on his heel and dashing out. In he came, swinging 3 or 4 goodly sheets. "Filched 'em out of the old woman's room," he said. "Oh, Tom!" began Polly. "I mean the housekeeper, matron, conciergerie, whatever you call the gentle lady who runs this house, was fortunately at our desk when she has the pleasure of making up our bills, and I worked on her feeling till she parted with them," explained Tom. "Oh," said Polly. "Well, I'm glad she gave them to you." "Never you fear but what they'll be in our bills, Polly," said Tom, who couldn't believe by this time that he hadn't always known Polly Pepper. "It's dreadfully thin paper," said Adela, critically, getting off from the sofa to pick at one corner of the sheet Polly was beginning to divide. "I'm glad we have any," hummed Polly, happily. "Thank your stars you have," said Tom, as gaily. And Jasper running in, the table was soon surrounded by the makers of the round robin, Adela deserting her sketchbook and pulling up a chair. "And Phronsie must come," said Polly, snipping away to get the paper the right width. "Oh, dear me, I can't cut it straight. Do you please finish it, Jasper?" "That's all right," said Jasper, squinting at it critically. "Only just this edge wants a little bit of trimming, Polly," and he snipped off the offending points. "I'll fetch Phronsie," cried Tom, springing off. "And hurry," cried Polly and Jasper together after him. "Polly," said Phronsie, as Tom came careening in with her on his shoulder, "I want to write too, I do," she cried, very much excited. "Of course you shall, pet. That's just what we want you for," cried Polly, clearing a space on the table. "There, do pull up a chair, Jasper. Now, Phronsie, I think you would better begin, for you are the littlest," and she flapped the long strip down in front of her. "Oh, Polly, you begin," begged Tom. "No, I think Phronsie ought to," said Polly, shaking her head. "I want Polly to," said Phronsie, wriggling away from the pen that Polly held out alluringly. "But Polly wants you to," said Jasper. "I really would, Phronsie dear, to please her." To please Polly being what Phronsie longed for next to pleasing Mamsie, she gave a small sigh and took the pen in unsteady fingers. "Wait a minute, Phronsie," exclaimed Polly in dismay. "I believe we've made a mistake, Jasper, and got the wrong sheet." And Polly turned off with him to examine the rest of the paper. Phronsie, who hadn't heard what Polly said, her small head being full of the responsibility of beginning the important letter, and considering, since it was to be done, it was best to have it over with as soon as possible, fell to scribbling the letters as fast as she could, all of them running downhill. "Well, I'm glad to see that we haven't made any mistake," cried Polly, turning back in relief. "Oh, Phronsie, you haven't begun." She spoke so sharply that Phronsie started, and a little drop of ink, trembling on the point of her pen, concluded to hop off. So it did, and jumbled down on the clean white paper to stare up at them all like a very bad black eye. "Oh, see what she's written," cried Polly, quite aghast, and tumbling into her chair she pointed at the top. "Dear Mr. Earl," scrawled clear across the top. "I didn't mean—" "Oh, you said to do it, Polly." Phronsie threw herself out of her chair and over into Polly's lap, burrowing and wailing piteously. "Oh, dear me, how could I say anything?" cried Polly, overcome with remorse, and patting Phronsie's yellow hair. "But it is so very dreadful. Oh, dear me, Phronsie, there, don't cry. Oh, dear me." Tom's mouth trembled. "It's all right. Granddaddy'll like it," he said. "Oh, Tom Selwyn," gasped Polly, looking up over Phronsie's head. "You don't suppose we'd let that letter go?" "I would," said Tom, coolly, running his hands in his pockets. "I tell you, you don't know my granddaddy. He's got lots of fun in him," he added. "Phronsie," said Jasper, rushing around the table, "you're making Polly sick. Just look at her face." Phronsie lifted her head where she had burrowed it under Polly's arm. When she saw that Polly's round cheeks were really quite pale, she stopped crying at once. "Are you sick, Polly?" she asked in great concern. "I shan't be," said Polly, "if you won't cry any more, Phronsie." "I won't cry any more," declared Phronsie, wiping off the last tear trailing down her nose. "Then we'll all be well, Polly?" "Then I shall be all as well as ever," said Polly, kissing the wet little face. When they got ready to begin on the letter again, it was nowhere to be found, and Tom had disappeared as well. "He took it out," said Adela, for the first time finding her tongue. "I saw him while you were all talking." While they were wondering over this, and plunging further yet in dismay, Tom came dancing in, waving the unlucky sheet of the round robin over his head. "My mother says," he announced in triumph, "that father will get no end of fun over that if you will let it go. It will cheer him up." So that ended the matter, although Polly, who dearly loved to be elegant, had many a twinge whenever her eye fell on the letter at which Phronsie was now laboring afresh. "We must put in little pictures," said Polly, trying to make herself cheery, as the work went busily on. "Polly, you always do think of the best things," exclaimed Jasper, beaming at her, which made her try harder than ever to smile. "I wouldn't feel so badly, Polly," he managed to whisper, when Phronsie was absorbed with her work. "He'll like it probably just as father did the gingerbread boy." "But that was different," groaned Polly. "Pictures," Tom Selwyn was saying. "Oh, there's where I can come in with fine assistance. I'm no good in a letter," and again he rushed from the room. "That's 3 times that boy has gone out," announced Adela, "and he joggles the table awfully when he starts. And he made me cut clear into that edge. See, Polly?" She was trimming the 3rd strip of paper, for the round robin was to be pasted together and rolled up when it was all done. "He seems to accomplish something every time he goes," observed Jasper, dryly. "Hello, just look at him now." In came Tom with a rush, and turned a small box he held in his hand upside down on the table. "Oh, dear me!" exclaimed Adela, as her scissors slipped. "Now you've joggled the table again." Then she caught Polly's eye. "Aren't those pictures pretty?" she burst out awkwardly. "Aren't they so?" cried Tom, in satisfaction, while Polly oh'd and ah'd, and Phronsie dropped her pen suddenly, making a second blot. Only, as good fortune would have it, it was so near the edge that they all, on anxious examination, decided to trim the paper down, and thus get rid of it. "I don't see how you got so many," said Jasper, in admiration, his fingers busy with the heap. "Oh, I've picked 'em up here and there," said Tom. "I began because I thought the kids at home might like 'em, and then it struck me I'd make a book like yours." "Well, do save them now," said Jasper, "and we'll give some of our pictures, though the prettiest ones are in our books," he added regretfully. "Rather not. Much obliged." Tom bobbed his thanks. "I want to donate something to Granddaddy, and I tell you I'm something awful at a letter." "All right, seeing you wish it so," said Jasper, with a keen look at him. "And these are beauties and no mistake. We couldn't begin to equal them." When the letter was finally unrolled and read to Grandpa, who strayed into the reading room to see what Phronsie was doing, it certainly was a beauty. Picture after picture, cut from railroad guidebooks, illustrated papers, and it seemed to Jasper gathered as if by magic, with cunning little photographs, broke up the letter, and wound in and out with funny and charming detail of some of their journey. "I wrote that all myself," hummed Phronsie, smoothing her gown, in great satisfaction, pointing to the opening of the letter. "Oh, dear me!" exclaimed Polly, softly, for she couldn't even yet get over that dreadful beginning. "The rest of it is nice," whispered Jasper, "and I venture to say that he'll like that the best of all." Mr. King thought so too, and he beamed at Phronsie. "So you did," he cried. "Now that's fine. I wish you'd write me a letter sometime." "I'm going to write you one now," declared Phronsie. Since Grandpapa wanted anything, it was never too soon to begin work on it. "Do," cried old Mr. King, in great satisfaction. So he put down the round robin, Adela crying out that she wanted her grandmother to see it, and Polly saying that Mamsie and Papa Doctor and the parson and Mrs. Henderson must see it. "And most important of all," said Jasper, breaking into the conversation, "Mrs. Selwyn must say if it's all right to go." At that Polly began to have little creeps, as she always called the shivers. "Oh, dear me!" she exclaimed again, and turned quite pale. "You don't know my mother," exclaimed Tom, "if you think she won't like that. She's got lots of fun in her, and she always sees the sense of a thing." "But she's so nice," breathed Polly, who greatly admired Mrs. Selwyn, "and so elegant." Tom bobbed his head and accepted this as a matter of course. "That's the very reason she understands things like a shot, and knows how to take 'em," he said. "And I tell you, Polly," he declared with a burst of confidence that utterly surprised him, "I'd rather have my mother than any other company I know of. She's awful good fun." "I know it," said Polly, brightly, with a little answering smile. "Well, I hope she'll like it." "Never you fear," cried Tom, seizing the round robin and waving it over his head. It trailed off back of him like a very long and broad ribbon. "Come on now, all fall into line." "Take care!" cried Jasper, as he ran after with Polly and Adela. "If you dare to tear that, sir." While Phronsie at the big table labored away on her letter, Grandpapa sitting by to watch the proceedings with the greatest interest. And one look at Mrs. Selwyn's face as she read that round robin was enough for Polly, and then to post it. "Dear me," said Polly, when that important matter was concluded, "suppose anything should happen to it now before it gets there." End of chapter 24. Recording by Lisa Myers.
Chapter 25 of 5 Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney. Chapter 25, On the Mer de Glace. "Well, we can't all get into one carriage," said Polly, on the little brick-paved veranda of the hotel. "So what is the use of fussing, Adela?" "I don't care," said Adela. "I'm going to ride in the same carriage with you, Polly Pepper, so there!" And she ran her arm in Polly's and held it fast. Jasper kicked his heel impatiently against one of the pillars where the sweetbrier ran, and then he remembered and stopped suddenly, hoping nobody had heard. "The best way to fix it is to go where we're put," he said at last, trying to speak pleasantly. "No, I'm going with Polly," declared Adela, perversely, holding Polly tighter than ever. "I'm going with you, Polly," cried Phronsie, running up gleefully. "Grandpapa says I may." "Well, so am I," announced Adela, loudly. Tom Selwyn gave a low whistle and thrust his hands in his pockets, his great and only comfort on times like this. "Anything but a greedy girl," he sniffed in lofty contempt. Meanwhile the horses were being put in the carriages, the stablemen were running hither and thither to look to buckle and strap, and a lot of bustle was going on that at any other time would have claimed the boys. Now it fell flat as a matter of interest. "Hallo, Clup!" The drivers gave their queer call clear down in their throats, and hopped to their places on the three conveyances, and with a rattle and a flourish the horses now spun around the fountain in the little courtyard to come up with a swing to the veranda. "Now then," said Grandpapa, who had been overseeing every detail. "There we are," running his eyes over his party. "That's right," in great satisfaction. "I never saw such a family as I have for being prompt on all occasions. Well, then, the first thing I have to do is get you settled in these carriages the right way." Adela at that snuggled up closer than ever to Polly and gripped her fast. "Now, Mrs. Fisher," said old Mr. King, "you'll ride with Mrs. Selwyn in the first carriage, and you must take two of the young folks in with you." "Oh, let Polly and me go in there," cried Adela, forgetting her wholesome fear of the stately old gentleman in her anxiety to get her own way. "Polly is going with me and Phronsie," said Mr. King. "Hop in, Adela, child, and one of you boys." Tom ducked off the veranda, while Adela, not daring to say another syllable, slowly withdrew her arm from Polly's and mounted the carriage step with a miserable face. "Come on, one of you boys," cried Mr. King impatiently. "We should have started a quarter of an hour ago. I don't care which one, only hurry." "I can't," declared Tom flatly, grinding his heel into the pebbles and looking into Jasper's face. "Very well." Jasper drew a long breath. "I must then." And without more ado he got into the first carriage, and they rattled off to wait outside the big gate till the procession was ready to start. Old Mrs. Gray, the parson's wife, and the parson, and little Dr. Fisher made the next load, and then Grandpapa, perfectly delighted that he had arranged it all so nicely, with Polly and Phronsie, climbed into the third and last carriage, while Tom swung himself up as a fourth. "They say it is a difficult thing to arrange carriage parties with success," observed Mr. King. "I don't find it so in the least," he added complacently, just on the point of telling the driver to give the horses their heads. "But this is because I've such a fine party on my hands, where each one is willing to oblige, and—" "Ugh!" exclaimed Tom Selwyn, with a snort that made the old gentleman start. "I'm going to get out a minute. Excuse me. Can't explain." And he vaulted over the wheel. "Bless me! What's come to the boy?" exclaimed Mr. King. "Now he's forgotten something. I hope he won't be long." But Tom didn't go to the hotel. Instead, he dashed up to carriage number 1. "Get out," he was saying to Jasper, and presenting a very red face to view. "I'm going in here." "Oh, no," said Jasper. "It's all fixed, and I'm going to stay here." And despite all Tom could say, this was the sole reply he got. So back he went and climbed into old Mr. King's carriage again with a very rueful face. Old Mr. King viewed him with a cold displeasure as the driver smacked his whip, and off they went to join the rest of the party. "You must go first," sang out the little doctor, as Grandpapa's carriage drew up. "You are the leader, and we'll all follow you." "Yes, yes," shouted the parson like a boy. And the occupants of carriage number 1 saying the same thing, Grandpapa's conveyance bowled ahead, and he, well pleased to head the procession, felt some of his displeasure at the boy sitting opposite to him dropping off with each revolution of the wheels. But Tom couldn't keep still. I didn't want to come in this carriage, sir," he burst out. "Eh? What?" Old Mr. King brought his gaze again to bear upon Tom's face. "Well, here you are now," he said, only half comprehending. "Because Jasper won't take the place," cried Tom, setting his teeth together in distress. "That's what I got out for." "Oh, I see," said Mr. King, a light beginning to break through. Tom wilted miserably over the gaze that still seemed to go through and through him, and Polly looked off at her side of the carriage, wishing the drive over the Tête Noire was all ended. Old Mr. King turned to Phronsie at his side. "Well, now," he said, taking her hand, "we are in a predicament, Phronsie, for it evidently isn't going to be such an overwhelming success as I thought." "What's a predicament?" asked Phronsie, wrenching her gaze from the lovely vine-clad hills, which she had been viewing with great satisfaction, to look at once into his face. "Oh, a mix-up, a mess generally," answered Grandpapa, not pausing to choose words. "Well, what's to be done now? That is the question." Tom groaned at sight of the face under the white hair from which all prospect of pleasure had fled. "I was a beastly cad," he muttered to himself. Phronsie leaned over Mr. King's knee. "Tell me," she begged. "What is it, Grandpapa?" "Oh, nothing, child," said Grandpapa, with a glance at Polly's face. "That you can help, at least." Polly drew a long breath. Something must be done, she decided. "Oh, I know. Why, Grandpapa, we can change before we get to the halfway place," she cried suddenly, glad to think of something to say. "Can't we? And then we can all have different places." "The very thing!" exclaimed Mr. King, his countenance lightening. "Come, Tom, my boy, cheer up. I'll put Jasper and every one else in the right place soon. Here, you, stop a bit, will you?" to the driver. "Call up!" cried the driver, thinking it a call to increase speed, so the horses bounded on smartly for several paces, and no one could speak to advantage. "Make him hold up, Tom," commanded Mr. King sharply. And Tom, knowing quite well how to accomplish this, Grandpapa soon stood up in the carriage and announced, "In half an hour, or thereabout, if we come to a good stopping place, I shall change some of you 12 people about in the carriages. Pass the word along." But Adela didn't ride with Polly, for rushing and pushing as the change about was effected, to get her way and be with Polly, she felt her arm taken in a very light but firm grasp. "No, no, my dear," it was old Mr. King, "not that way. Here is your place. When a little girl pushes, she doesn't get as much as if she waits to be asked." "It had to be done," he said to himself, "for this poor old child has had no mother to teach her, and it will do her good." But he felt sorry for himself to be the one to teach the lesson, and so they went over the Tête Noire to catch the first sight of Mont Blanc. "I'm going to have a donkey for my very own," confided Phronsie excitedly the next morning to Jasper, whom she met in the little sun parlor. "No," cried Jasper, pretending to be much amazed. "You don't say so, Phronsie." "Yes, I am," she cried, bobbing her yellow head. "Grandpapa said so. He really did, Jasper. And I'm going to ride up that long, big mountain on my donkey." She pointed up and off, but in the wrong direction. "Oh, no, Phronsie, that isn't the way we're going. The mountain varies over here, child," corrected Jasper. "And I'm going to ride my donkey," repeated Phronsie, caring little which way she was going, since all roads must of course lead to Fairyland. "And we're going to see the water that's frozen, and Grandpapa says we are to walk over it. But I'd rather ride my donkey, Jasper," confided Phronsie, in a burst of confidence. "I guess you'll be glad enough to get off your donkey by the time we reach the top of Mountain Bear," observed Jasper wisely. "Well, now, Phronsie, we are not going for a day or two, you know, for Father doesn't wish us to be tired." "Oh, I'm not a bit tired, Jasper," said Phronsie, "and I do so very much wish we could go to-day." "Oh, dear me!" exclaimed Jasper, with a little laugh. "Why, we've only just come, Phronsie. It won't be so very long before we'll be off. Goodness, the time flies so here, it seems to me we shan't hardly turn around before those donkeys will be coming up into this yard after us to get on their backs." But Phronsie thought the time had never dragged so in all her small life, and although she went about hanging to Grandpapa's hand as sweet and patient as ever, all her mind was on the donkeys. And whenever she saw one, and the street was full, especially at morning and in the late afternoon, of the little beasts of burden, clattering up the stony roads, she would beg to just go and pat one of the noses, if by chance one of the beasts should stand still long enough to admit of such attention. "No, no, Phronsie," expostulated old Mr. King, when this pleasing little performance had been indulged in for half a dozen times. "You can't pat them all. Goodness me, child, the woods are full of them," he brought up in dismay. "Do they live in the woods?" asked Phronsie in astonishment. "I mean the place. This whole valley of Chamonix is full of donkeys," said Grandpapa. "So you see, child, it's next to impossible to pat all their noses." "I hope I'm going to have that sweet dear little one," cried Phronsie, giving up all her mind, since the soft noses couldn't be patted, to happy thoughts of tomorrow's bliss. "See, Grandpapa," she pulled his hand gently, "to ride up the mountain on." "Well, you'll have a good one, that is, as good as can be obtained," said the old gentleman. "But as far as any particular one, why, they're all alike to me as two peas, Phronsie." But Phronsie had her own ideas on the subject, and though on every other occasion agreeing with Grandpapa, she saw good and sufficient reason why every donkey should be entirely different from every other donkey. And when, on the next morning, their procession of donkeys filed solemnly into the hotel yard, she screamed out, "Oh, Grandpapa, there he is! The very one I wanted! Oh, may I have him? Put me up, do!" "He's the worst one of the whole lot," groaned Grandpapa, his eyes running over the file. "I know by the way he puts his vicious old feet down. Phronsie, here's a cunning little fellow," he added, artfully trying to lead her to one a few degrees better, he fondly hoped. But Phronsie already had her arms up by her particular donkey's neck, and her cheek laid against his nose, and she was telling him that he was her donkey, for she thought Grandpapa would say yes. So what else could he do, pray tell, but say yes? As she mounted the steps and was seated, her little brown gown pulled out straight and the saddle girth tightened, and all the other delightful and important details attended to, and then the reins were put on her overjoyed hands. She never knew how it was all done, seeing nothing, hearing nothing of the confusion and chatter of the mounting of the others, her gaze fixed on the long ears before her, and only conscious that her very own donkey was really there, and that she was on his back. And it was not until they started, and the guide who held her bridle loped off into an easy pace by the animal's head, that she aroused from her dream of bliss, as a sudden thought struck her. "What is my donkey's name?" she asked softly. The man loped on, not hearing, and he wouldn't have understood had he heard. "I don't believe he has any name," said old Mr. King just behind. "Phronsie, is your saddle all right? Do you like it, child?" all in one breath. "I like it very much," answered Phronsie, trying to turn around. "Oh, don't do that, child," said Grandpapa hastily. "Sit perfectly still, and on no account turn around or move in the saddle." "I won't, Grandpapa," she promised obediently, and presently she began again. "I want to know his name, Grandpapa, so that I can tell my pony when I get home." "Oh, we'll find out," said Grandpapa. "Here you, can't you tell me the name of that donkey?" he cried to the guide holding Phronsie's bridle. "Oh, I forgot, he doesn't understand English," and he tried it in French. But this was not much better, for old Mr. King, preferring to use none but the best of French when he employed any, was only succeeding in mystifying the poor man so that he couldn't find his tongue at all, but stared like a clod till the old gentleman's patience was exhausted. At last Jasper, hearing what the trouble was, shouted out something from his position in the rear, that carried the meaning along with it, and Phronsie the next minute was delighted to hear "Boolah" as the guide turned and smiled and showed all his teeth at her, his pleasure was so great at discovering that he could really understand. "Why, that's the name of my donkey," said Polly, patting the beast's rough neck. "He told me so when he helped me to mount." "So it is mine," announced Jasper, bursting into a laugh. "I guess they only have one name for the whole lot." "Well, don't let us tell Phronsie so," said Polly, "and I shall call mine Graybeard, because he's got such a funny old stiff beard and is gray." "And I shall christen mine Boneyard," declared Jasper, "for he's got such a very big lot of bones, and they aren't funny, I can tell you." And so, with fun and nonsense and laughter, as soon as they wound around by the little English church and across the meadow, and struck into the pine wood, the whole party of 12, Grandpapa and all, began to sing snatches from the newest opera down to college songs. For Grandpapa hadn't forgotten his college days when he had sung with the best, and he had the parson on this occasion to keep him company, and the young people, of course, knew all the songs by heart, as what young person doesn't, pray tell? So the bits and snatches rolled out with a gusto, and seemed to echo along the whole mountainside as the procession of sure-footed animals climbed the steep curves. "Oh, Polly, your donkey is going over!" exclaimed Adela, who rode the second in the rear after Polly. "He flirts his hind legs right over the precipice every time you go round a curve." "Well, he brings them round all right," said Polly, composedly, and with a little laugh. "Oh, isn't this too lovely for anything?" she cried with sparkling eyes. "Well, don't let him!" cried Adela, huddling up on her donkey, and pulling at the rein to make him creep closer to the protecting earth wall. "Na, na!" One of the guides ran up to her, shaking his head. Adela, fresh from her Paris school, had all her French, of the best kind, too, at her tongue's end, but she seemed to get on no better than Mr. King. "My French is just bad enough to be useful," laughed Jasper. So he untangled the trouble again, and made Adela see that she really must not pull at her bridle, but allow the donkey to go his own gait, for they were all trained to it. "Your French is just beautiful!" cried Polly. "Oh, Jasper, you know Monsieur always says—" "Don't, Polly!" begged Jasper in great distress. "Oh, no, I won't," promised Polly. "And I didn't mean to, but I couldn't help it, Jasper, when you spoke against your beautiful French." "We've all heard you talk French, Jasper, so you needn't feel so cut up if Polly should quote your Monsieur," cried Tom, who, strange to say, no matter how far he chanced to ride in the rear, always managed to hear everything. "That's because we're everlastingly turning a corner," he exclaimed when they twitted him for it. "And as I'm near the end of the line, I get the benefit of the doubling and twisting, for the front is always just above me. So don't say anything you don't want me to hear, old fellow," he sang out to Jasper on the bridle path just above, as Tom had said. "No, don't you want to get off?" cried Jasper, deserting his donkey and running up to Phronsie as they reached the summit and drew up before the hotel. "Oh, somebody take that child off," groaned old Mr. King, accepting the arm of the guide to help him dismount, "for I can't. Every separate and distinct bone in my body protests against donkeys from this time forth and forevermore. And yet I've got to go down on one," he added ruefully. "No, I don't want to get down," declared Phronsie, still holding fast to the reins. "Can't I sit on my donkey, Jasper, while you all walk over to the frozen water?" "Oh, my goodness, no!" gasped Jasper. "Why, Phronsie, you'll be tired to death. The very idea, child!" "No," said Phronsie, shaking her yellow hair obstinately. "I wouldn't be tired one single bit, Jasper. And I don't want to get down from my donkey." "Well, if you didn't go over the mer de glace, why, we couldn't any of us go," said Jasper, at his wits' end how to manage it without worrying his father, already extremely tired, he could see. "And that's what we came up for." Phronsie dropped the reins. "Take me down, please, Jasper," she said, putting out her arms. "How are you now, father?" cried Jasper, running over to him when he had set Phronsie on the ground. "It's astonishing," said old Mr. King, stretching his shapely limbs. "But all that dreadful sensation I always have after riding on one of those atrocious animals is disappearing fast." "Oh, that's good," cried Jasper in delight. "Well, I suppose we are all going to wait a bit?" he asked, and longing to begin the tramp over the mer de glace. "Wait? Yes, indeed, every blessed one of us," declared his father. "Goodness me, Jasper, what are you thinking of to ask such a question? After this pull up here, why, we shan't stir from this place for an hour." "I suppose we'd have to wait," said Jasper, rushing off over the rocks, feeling how good it was to get down on one's feet again, and run and race. And getting Polly and Tom and Adela, they ran down where the donkeys were tethered and saw them fed, and did a lot of exploring. It didn't seem like any time before the Alpine horn sounded above their heads, and there was Grandpapa tooting away and calling them to come up and buy their woolen socks, for they were going to start. So they scrambled up and picked out their socks, and each seizing a pair in one hand and an alpenstock with a long sharp spike on the end in the other, they ran off down the zigzag path to the glacier, 2 or 3 guides helping the others along. At the foot of the rocky path the 4 drew up. "Oh, dear, it's time to put on these horrible old stockings," grumbled Adela, shaking hers discontentedly. "Good old stockings, you'd much better say," broke in Jasper. "They're better than a broken neck," observed Tom, just meaning to ask Polly if he could put hers on for her, but he was too slow in getting at it, and Jasper was already kneeling on the rocks and doing that very thing. "Now I'm all ready," announced Polly, stamping her feet, arrayed in marvelous red and white striped affairs. "Thank you, Jasper. Oh, how funny they feel!" "Shall I help you?" asked Tom awkwardly enough of Adela. "Oh, I don't want them on, and I don't mean to wear them, said Adela, with sudden twist. I'm going to throw them away. Then you'll just have to stay back, said Jasper decidedly, for no one is to be allowed on that glacier who doesn't put on a pair. I won't slip. The idea, grumbled Adela. Yet she stuck out her foot, and Tom, getting down on his knees, suppressed a whistle as he securely tied them on. Then the boys flew into theirs instanter. Mine are blue, said Phronsie, as the others filed slowly down the winding path between the rocks, and she pointed to the pair dangling across her arm. I am so very glad they are blue, Grandpapa. So do I, Pet, he cried, delighted to find that he was apparently as agile as a parson. No one could hope to equal little Dr. Fisher, who was here, there, and everywhere, skipping about among the rocks like a boy let loose from school. Well, well, the children are all ready, exclaimed old Mr. King, coming up upon the four, impatient to begin their icy walk. Didn't you expect it? cried little Dr. Fisher, skipping up. Well, to say the truth, I did, answered old Mr. King with a laugh. Now, Phronsie, sit down on that rock, and let the guide tie on your stockings. So Phronsie's little blue stockings were tied on, and after Grandpapa had gallantly seen that everybody else was served, he had his pulled over his boots and fastened securely, and the line of march was taken up. You go ahead, Father, begged Jasper, and we'll all follow. So old Mr. King, with Phronsie and a guide on her farther side, led the way, and the red stockings and the brown and the black and some of indescribable hue moved off upon the mer de glace. It's dreadfully dirty, said Adela, turning up her nose. I thought a glacier was white when you got up to it. Oh, I think it's lovely, cried Polly. And the green down in the crevasse. Look, Adela. It's a dirty green, persisted Adela, whose artistic sense wouldn't be satisfied. Oh, dear me, as her foot slipped, and she clutched Mrs. Henderson, who happened to be next. Now how about those woolen stockings? asked Tom, while Polly and Jasper both sang out, Take care, and Go slowly. Adela didn't answer, but struck the sharp end of her alpenstock smartly in the ice. Something is the matter with my stocking, at last said the parson's wife, stopping and holding out her right foot. The guide nearest her stopped, too, and kneeling down on the ice, he pulled it into place, for it had slipped half off. Now be very careful, warned Grandpapa, and don't venture too near the edge. As he paused with Phronsie and the guide, the others, coming up, looked down into a round green pool of water that seemed to stare up at them as if to say, I am of unknown depth, so beware of me. That gives me the creeps, Polly, as you say, Mrs. Henderson observed. Dear me, I shall never forget how that green water looks. And she shivered and edged farther off yet. Supposing any one of us should fall in. Well, he'd go down right straight through the globe, seems to me, said Tom, with a last look at the pool as they turned off. It looks as if it had no end, till one would fetch up on the other side. I love to hop over these little crevices, said Polly, and suiting the action to the word. Something is the matter with my stocking again, announced Mrs. Henderson to the guide presently. I am sorry to trouble you, but it needs to be fixed. He didn't understand the words, but there was no mistaking the foot thrust out with the woolen sock, now wet and sodden, half off again. So he kneeled down and pulled it on once more. Before they reached the other side, the parson's wife had had that stocking pulled on 6 times, until at last the guide, finding no more pleasure in a repetition of the performance, took a string from his pocket, and bunching up in his fist a good portion of the stocking heel, he wound the string around it and tied it fast, cut off the string, and returned the rest to his pocket. Why do you tie up the heel? queried Mrs. Henderson. I should think it much better to secure it in front. But he didn't understand, and the rest were quite a good bit in advance, and hating to give trouble, she went on, the stocking heel sticking out a few inches. But she kept it on her foot, so that might be called a success. The little widow Gray was not going over the Mauvais Pas, neither was Mrs. Selwyn, as she had traversed it twice before. So on reaching the other side, they were just about bidding good-bye to the others, when, without a bit of warning, the parson's wife, in turning around, fell flat, and disappeared to the view of some of them behind a boulder of ice. All was confusion in an instant. The guides rushed, everybody rushed, pell-mell to the rescue, Tom's long legs, as usual, getting him there first. There she was in a heap, in a depression of ice and snow and water. I'm all right, except, and she couldn't help a grimace of pain. My foot." The little doctor swept them all to one side as they seated her on one of the boulders of ice. "Huh! I would think lightly," at the sight of the tied-up stocking heel. "You stepped on that, and it flung you straight as a die, and turned your foot completely over." "Yes," said Mrs. Henderson. Then she saw the guide who had tied the stocking, looking on with a face of great concern. "Oh, don't say anything. It makes him feel badly," she mumbled, wishing her foot wouldn't ache so. Little Doctor Fisher was rapidly untying the unlucky stocking and whipping off the boot. He soon made sure that no ligaments were broken. Then he put on the boot and the woolen sock, being careful to tie it in front over the instep, and whipping out his big handkerchief, he proceeded to bandage the ankle in a truly scientific way. "Now then, Mrs. Henderson, you're all right to take the walk slowly back to the hotel." Parson Henderson took his wife's hand. "Come on, Sarah," he said, quietly helping her up. "Oh, you are going over the Mauvais Pas," she cried, in distress at the thought of his missing it. "Come, Sarah," he said gently, keeping her hand in his. "I'll go back with her too," said little Doctor Fisher. "Oh, Aunt Aram," exclaimed his wife, but it was under her breath, and no one heard the exclamation. "I think Dr. Fisher ought to go with the other party. He will be needed there," Mrs. Selwyn was saying in her quiet way. "And I will bathe Mrs. Henderson's foot just as he says it should be done. So good-bye." And anyone looking down with a field glass from the Mountain Bear Hotel could have seen at this point two parties, one proceeding to the Mauvais Pas and the Chapeau, and the other of three ladies, the parson, and a guide, wending their way slowly on the return across the crevasse. End of chapter 25. Recording by Linda Velwest.
Chapter 26 of Five Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Stradling. Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret, Sidney. Chapter 26. Well, here we are in Paris. Notwithstanding all the glory of the shops, and the tempting array of the jewelry and trinkets of every description therein displayed, after a few days of sailing on the exquisite lake, and some walks and drives, Polly, down deep in her heart, was quite ready to move on from Geneva. And although she didn't say anything, old Mr. King guessed as much, and broke out suddenly, "Well, are you ready to start, Polly?" "Yes, Grandpapa," she answered. "I have the presents for the girls. I'm all ready." "Why, Polly, you haven't anything for yourself," Mother Fisher exclaimed, as Polly ran into her room and told the news, how Grandpapa said they were to pack up and leave in the morning. "You haven't bought a single thing." "Oh, I don't want anything," said Polly. "I've so many things at home that Grandpapa has given me. Mamsie, isn't this pin for Alexia just too lovely for anything?" She curled up on the end of the bed and drew it out of its little box. "I think she'll like it," with anxious eyes on Mother Fisher's face. "Like it?" repeated her mother. "How can she help it, Polly?" "I think so too," said Polly happily, replacing it on the bed of cotton, and putting on the cover to look over another gift. Mrs. Fisher regarded her keenly. "Well now, Polly," she said decidedly, "I shall go down and get that chain we were looking at, for you do need that, and your father and I are going to give it to you." "Oh, Mamsie," protested Polly, "I don't need it. Really, I don't." "Well, we shall give it to you," said Mother Fisher. Then she went over to the bed and dropped a kiss on Polly's brown hair. "Mamsie," exclaimed Polly, springing off the bed and throwing her arms around her mother's neck, "I shall love that chain, and I shall wear it just all the time, because you and Papa Doctor gave it to me." When they neared Paris, Adela drew herself up in her corner of the compartment. "I expect you'll stare some when you get to Paris, Polly Pepper." "I've been staring all the time since we started on our journey, Adela, as hard as I could," said Polly, laughing. "Well, you'll stare worse than ever now," said Adela, in an important way. There isn't anything in all this world that isn't in Paris, she brought up, not very elegantly. I don't like Paris. Tom let the words out before he thought. That's just because you are a boy, sniffed Adela. Oh, Polly, you ought to see the shops. When Mademoiselle has taken us into some, I declare I could stay all day in one. Such dreams of clothes and bonnets. You never saw such bonnets, Polly Pepper, in all your life. She lifted her hands, unable to find words enough. And the parks and gardens, I suppose, are perfectly lovely, cried Polly, feeling as if she must get away from the bonnets and clothes. Yes, and the Bois de Boulogne to drive in. That's elegant. Only Mademoiselle won't take us there very often. I wish I was rich, and I'd have a span of long-tailed gray horses, and drive up and down there every day. Polly laughed. Well, I should like the tramways and the stages, said Polly. Oh, those don't go into the Bois de Boulogne, cried Adela, in a tone of horror. Why, Polly Pepper, what are you thinking of? She exclaimed. This nettled Tom. Of something besides clothes and bonnets, he broke out. Then he was sorry he had spoken. Well, there's the Louvre, said Polly, after an uncomfortable little pause. Yes, said Adela, that's best of all, and it doesn't cost anything, so Mademoiselle takes us there very often. I should think it would be, cried Polly, beaming at her, and answering the first part of Adela's sentence. Oh, Adela, I do so long to see it. And you can't go there too often, Polly, said Jasper. It's the only decent thing in Paris, said Tom. That I like, I mean. That, and to sail up and down on the Seine. We'll go there the first day, Polly, said Jasper. The Louvre, I mean. Well, here we are in Paris. And then it was all confusion, for the guards were throwing open the doors to the compartments, and streams of people were meeting on the platform, in what seemed to be inextricable confusion amid a babel of sounds. And it wasn't until Polly was driving up in the big cab with their part of Mr. King's family, as he called it, through the broad avenues and boulevards, interspersed with occasional squares and gardens, and the beautiful bridges here and there across the Seine, gleaming in the sunshine, that she could realize that they were actually in Paris. And the next day they did go to the Louvre, and Adela, who was to stay a day or two at the hotel with them before going back into her school, was very important indeed, and she piloted them about, the parson and Mrs. Henderson joining their group. The others, with the exception of the little Widow Gray, who stayed at home to look over Adela's clothes, and take any last stitches, going off by themselves. I do want to see the Venus de Milo, said Polly, quite gone with impatience. Oh, Adela, these paintings will wait. Well, that old statue will wait too, cried Adela, pulling her off into another gallery. Now, Polly, Mademoiselle says, in point of art, the pictures in here are quite important. Are they? Said poor Polly, listlessly. Yes, they are, said Adela, twitching her sleeve. And Mademoiselle brings us in this room every single time we come to the Louvre. It's the early French school, you know, she brought up glibly. Well, it's too early for us to take it in, said Tom. Come, I'm for the Venus de Milo. It's this way. And Adela was forced to follow, which she did in a discontented fashion. Oh, cried Polly, catching her breath, and standing quite still as she caught sight of the wonderful marble, instinct with life, at the end of the long corridor below stairs. Why, she's smiling at us, as the afternoon sunshine streamed across the lovely face, to lose itself in the folds of the crimson curtain in the background. The parson folded his arms and drew in long breaths of delight. It's worth 50 journeys over the ocean to once see that, Sarah, he said. Do come back and look at the pictures, begged Adela, pulling Polly's arm again after a minute or two. Oh, don't, exclaimed Polly, under her breath. Oh, she's so beautiful, Adela. Well, it's much better to see the pictures, said Adela. And then we can come here again tomorrow. Oh, I haven't seen this half enough, began Polly, and I've wanted to for so long. Then she glanced at Adela's face. "Well, all right," she said, and turned off, to come directly into the path of Grandpapa, with Phronsie clinging to his hand, and the rest of his part of the family standing in silent admiration. "We thought we'd come here first," said old Mr. King. "I don't mean to see anything else today. The Venus de Milo is quite enough for me. Tomorrow now we'll drop in again and look at some of the pictures." "There is beauty enough in that statue," said a lady, who just passed them, to the gentleman with her, "to satisfy anyone. But living beauty, after all, is most appealing. Just look at that child's face, Edward." They were guilty of standing in a niche at a little remove, and studying Phronsie with keen, critical eyes. "It's a wonderful type of beauty," said Edward. "Yellow hair and brown eyes, and such features." "I don't care about the features," said the lady. "It's the expression. The child hasn't a thought of herself, and that's wonderful to begin with." "That's about it," replied Edward. "And I suppose that's largely where the beauty lies, Evelyn." "Let us walk slowly down the corridor again," said Evelyn, "and then come up. Otherwise we shall attract attention to be standing here and gazing at them." "And I'd like to see that little beauty again," remarked Edward. "I'll confess, Evelyn." So Evelyn and Edward continued to gaze at intervals at the living beauty, and Mr. King and his party were absorbed in the marble beauty, and Adela was running over in her mind how she meant to have Polly Pepper all to herself at the visit to the Louvre the next afternoon, when she would show her the pictures she specially liked. But they didn't any of them go to the Louvre that next day, as it happened. It was so beautifully bright and sunshiny that Grandpapa said it would be wicked to pass the day indoors. So they had all the morning in a walk, and a sail on the Seine, and that pleased Tom, and all the afternoon, or nearly all, sitting up in state in carriages, driving up and down the Bois de Boulogne, and that pleased Adela. And when they tired of driving, old Mr. King gave orders for the drivers to rest their horses, and then they all got out of the carriages and walked about among the beautiful trees and on the winding, sheltered paths. "It's perfectly lovely off there," said Polly, "and almost like the country," with a longing glance off into the green, cool shade beyond. So they strolled off there, separating into little groups, Polly and Jasper in front, and wishing for nothing so much as a race. "I should think we might try it," said Jasper. "There is no one near to see. Come on, Polly, do." "I suppose we ought not to," said Polly, with a sigh, as Adela overtook them. "Ought not to what?" she asked eagerly. "Jasper and I were wanting to run a race," said Polly. "Why, Polly Pepper, you are in Paris!" exclaimed Adela, quite shocked. "I know it," said Polly, "and I wish we weren't. Oh dear, this seems just like the country, and—" Just then a child screamed. "That's Phronsie!" exclaimed Polly, her cheek turning quite white, and she sped back over the path. "Oh no, Polly!" Jasper tried to reassure her, as he ran after her. They were having their race after all, but in a different way from what they had planned. "Dear me, you are running!" said Adela, who hadn't got it into her head what for, as she didn't connect the scream with any of their party, and she walked just as fast as she could to catch up with them. As that was impossible, she gave a hasty glance around the shrubbery, and seeing no one to notice her, she broke out into a lively run. "Yes, Phronsie," Grandpapa was saying, as the young people had left them, and the others had wandered off to enjoy the quiet, shady paths. "This place was the old Forêt de Rouvray. It wasn't a very pretty place to come to, in those days, what with the robbers and other bad people who infested it. And now let us go and find a seat, child, and I'll show you one or two little pictures I picked up in the shop this morning, and you could send them in your next letter, to Joel and David, if you like." Old Mr. King took out his pocketbook, and had just opened it, when a man darted out from the thick shrubbery behind him, cast a long, searching glance around, and quick as lightning, threw himself against the stately old gentleman, and seized the pocketbook. It was then that Phronsie screamed long and loud. "What ho!" exclaimed Mr. King, starting around to do battle, but the man was just disappearing around the clump of shrubbery. "Which way?" Tom Selwyn dashed up. It didn't seem as if Phronsie's cry had died on her lips. Old Mr. King pointed without a word, and Polly and Jasper were close at hand. Polly flew to Phronsie, who was clinging to Grandpapa's hand, and wailing bitterly. "What is it? Oh, what is it?" cried Polly. "My pocketbook," said Grandpapa. "Some fellow has seized it, and frightened this poor child almost to death." He seemed to care a great deal more about that than any loss of the money. "Which way?" cried Jasper, in his turn, and was off like a shot on getting his answer. Tom saw the fellow slink with the manner of one who knew the ins and outs of the place well, now gliding and ducking low in the sparser growth, now making a bold run around some exposed curve, now dashing into a dense part of the wood. "I'll have you yet," said Tom, through set teeth. "I haven't trained at school for nothing." A thud of fast-flying feet in his rear didn't divert him an instant from his game, although it might be a rescue party for the thief, in the shape of a partner. Who could tell? And realizing, if he caught the man at all, he must do one of his sprints, he covered the ground by a series of flying leaps, dashed in where he saw his prey rush. One more leap with all his might, and "I have you!" cried Tom. The man under him, thrown to the ground by the suddenness of Tom's leap on him, was wriggling and squirming with all the desperation of a trapped creature, when the individual with the flying footsteps hove in sight. It was Jasper, and they had just persuaded the robber that it would be useless to struggle longer against his fate, when the parson, running as he hadn't run for years, appeared to their view, and after him, at such a gait that would have been his fortune, in a professional way, was the little doctor. His hat was gone, and his toes scarcely seemed to touch the ground. He was last at the scene, simply because the news had only just reached him as he sauntered leisurely up to meet Mr. King in his promenade. When the thief saw him, he looked to see if any more were coming, and resigned himself at once, and closed his eyes instinctively. He was a miserable-looking man, tall, thin, and stoop-shouldered, they saw, when they got him on his feet. Unkempt and unwashed, his long black hair hung around a face sallow in the extreme, and he shook so, as Tom and Jasper marched him back, escorted by the bodyguard of the parson and the little doctor, that the two boys put their hands under his arms to help him along. "Well, well, well," ejaculated Mr. King, as he saw this array. Polly gathered Phronsie's other hand in hers, while she clung closer than ever to Grandpapa. "Here's your pocketbook," said Tom, handing the article over. "He hasn't spent much." "Don't, Tom," said Jasper. "Joke about it." "Can't help it," said Tom. "Well, now, shall we turn him over to the sergeant de ville?" "Turn him over?" repeated Mr. King. "I should say so," he added dryly. "And give him the best recommendation for a long term, too. What else is there to do, pray tell?" "Grandpapa!" suddenly cried Phronsie, who hadn't taken her eyes from the man's face. "What are you going to do? Where is he going?"
"We're going to hand him over to the police, child," answered old Mr. King, harshly. "And as soon as possible, too."
"Grandpapa, perhaps he's got some little children at home. Ask him, Grandpapa, do."
"No, no, Phronsie," said Mr. King, hastily. "Say no more, child. You don't understand. We must call the sergeant de ville." At the words sergeant de ville, the man shivered from head to foot, and wrenched his hands free from the boy's grasp to tear open his poor coat and show a bare breast, covered with little, apparently, but the skin drawn over the bones. He didn't attempt to say anything. "Oh, my goodness!" exclaimed old Mr. King, starting backward and putting up his hands to his face to shut out the sight. "Cover it up, man. Bless me. No need to ask him a question. Why, the fellow is starving." His little children, 4 of them, his wife, all starving, hadn't a bit to eat since,
He could scarcely say when. It seemed so very long ago since he had eaten last. It all came out in a torrent of words that choked him, and like the true Frenchman that he was, he gestured in a way that told the story with his face and his fingers, as well as with his tongue. A sergeant de ville strolled by and looked curiously at the group, but as Mr. King met his eye coolly, and the party seemed intelligent and well able to take care of themselves, it wasn't necessary to tender his services, if they were talking to a worthless vagabond. Huh. Very bad case indeed. Mr. King was exploding at intervals, while the torrent was rushing on in execrable French, as far as accent went. No one else of the spellbound group could have spoken if there had been occasion for a word. Then he pulled out the pocketbook again, and taking out several franc notes of a good size, he pressed them between the man's dirty fingers. "Go and get something to eat," was all he said, "and take care of the children." End of chapter 26. Recording by Denise Stradling.
Chapter 27 of 5 Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Sherman. 5 Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney. Chapter 27. And for the next few days Phronsie talked about the poor man, and wished they could see his children, and hoped he had bought them some nice things to eat, and worried over him because he was all skin and bones. "Ah, the bones were real, even if the children aren't," Grandpapa would say to himself. "Well, I suppose I've been taken in, but at least the fellow hasn't starved to death." And then off they would go, sightseeing as fast as possible, to take up the mind of Phronsie, who watched for Grandpapa's poor man and every wretched creature she saw, and there were plenty of them. And then Adela went back to school, happy in the thought of the little pile of sketches she had to show as her summer's work, and with ever so many studies and bits to finish up under Mademoiselle's direction, and little old Mrs. Gray, breathing blessings on Mr. King's head, departed for her English country home. "Now, then, I have ever so much shopping to do," announced old Mr. King briskly, "and I shall want you to help me, Phronsie." "I'll help you, Grandpapa," promised Phronsie, well pleased, and gravely set herself to the task. So they wandered away by themselves, having the most blissful of times, and coming home to the hotel, they would gaily relate to their adventures, and Phronsie would often carry a little parcel or two, which it was her greatest delight to do, and then the trail of big boxes would follow them as they were sent home to the hotel to tell of their experiences in the shops. "And Grandpapa is going to get me a new doll," announced Phronsie on one of these days. "Do you mean a peasant doll to add to the collection?" asked Polly, for old Mr. King had bought a doll in the national costume in every country in which they had traveled, and they had been packed away, together with the other things as fast as purchased, and sent off home across the sea. "Yes," said Phronsie, "I do, Polly, and it's to be a most beautiful French doll, oh!" And sure enough, Mr. King, who knew exactly what kind of a doll he meant to purchase, and had kept his eyes open for it, stumbled upon it by a piece of rare good luck in a shop where he least expected to find it. "Oh, may I carry her home, Grandpapa?" begged Phronsie, hanging over the doll in a transport. "Please don't have her shut up in a box, but do let me carry her in my arms." "Oh, Phronsie, she's too big," objected Mr. King, "and very heavy." "Oh, Grandpapa, she's not heavy," cried Phronsie, not meaning to contradict, but so anxious not to have her child sent home shut up in a box, that she forgot herself. "Well, I don't know, but what you may," said Grandpapa, relenting. "I will call a cab after we get through with this next shop," he reflected, "and it won't hurt her to carry the doll that short distance." So they came out of the shop, and deciding to take a short cut, they started across the boulevard, he taking the usual precaution to gather Phronsie's hand in his. As they were halfway across the street, with its constant stream of pedestrians and vehicles, a sudden gust of wind flapped the doll's pink silk cape up against Phronsie's eyes, and taking her hand away from Grandpapa's a second to pull down the cape, for she couldn't see, she slipped, and before she knew it, had fallen on top of the doll in the middle of the street. A reckless cabby, driving as only a French cabman can, came dashing down the boulevard directly in her path, while a heavily loaded omnibus going in the opposite direction was trying to get out of his way. Ever so many people screamed, and someone pulled Mr. King back as he started to pick her up. It was all done in an instant, and every person expected to see her killed when a long, gaunt individual in a shabby coat dashed in among the plunging horses, knocked up the head of the one belonging to the reckless cabby, swung an arm at the other pair to divert their course, and before anyone could quite tell how, he picked up Phronsie and bore her to the curbstone. Someone got Mr. King to the same point, too exhausted with fright to utter a word. When he came out of his shock, the shabby man was standing by Phronsie, the crowd that saw nothing in the incident to promise further diversion having melted away, and she was holding his hand, her little mud-stained face radiant with happiness. "Oh, Grandpapa," she piped out, "it's your poor man." "The dickens it is!" exploded Mr. King. "Well, I'm glad to find you. Here, call a cab, will you? I must get this child home. That's the first thing to be done." The shabby man hailed a cab, but the cabman jeered at him and whirled by, so the old gentleman held up his hand. Phronsie all this time, strange to say, not mentioning her doll, and Mr. King, who wouldn't have cared if 100 dolls had been left behind, not giving it a thought. Now she looked anxiously on all sides. "Oh, where is she, Grandpapa dear?" she wailed. "My child, where is she?" "Never mind, Phronsie," cried Mr. King. "I'll get you another one tomorrow. There, get in the cab, child." "But I want her. I can't go home without my child." And Phronsie's lip began to quiver. "Oh, there she is, Grandpapa!" And she darted off a few steps, where somebody had set the poor thing on the pavement, propped up against a lamp-post. "Oh, you can't carry her home," said Mr. King, in dismay at the muddy object splashed from head to foot, with the smart pink cape that had been the cause of the disaster now torn clear through the middle by the hoof of a passing horse. He shuddered at the sight of it. "Do leave it, Phronsie, child." "But she's sick now, and hurt." "Oh, Grandpapa, I can't leave my child," sobbed Phronsie, trying with all her might to keep the tears back. All this time the shabby man stood silently by, looking on. A bright thought struck the old gentleman. "I'll tell you, Phronsie," he said quickly. "Give the doll to this man, for one of his little children. They'll take care of it, and like it." "Oh, Grandpapa!" screamed Phronsie, skipping up and down and clapping her muddy little hands. Then she picked up the doll and lifted it toward him. "Give my child to your little girl, and tell her to take good care of it," she said. As Phronsie's French had long been one of Grandpapa's special responsibilities in the morning hours, she spoke it nearly as well as Polly herself, so the man grasped the doll as he had seized the money before. "And now," said Mr. King, "you are not going to run away this time without telling me. Oh, bless me!" This last was brought out by an excited individual rushing up over the curbstone to get out of the way of a passing dray, and the walking stick which he swung aloft as a protection, coming into collision with Mr. King's hat, knocked it over his eyes. "A thousand pardons, monsieur!" exclaimed the Frenchman, bowing and scraping. "You may well beg 1,000 pardons," cried Mr. King, angrily. "To go about in this rude fashion through the street?" "A thousand pardons!" repeated the Frenchman, with more empressement than before, and tripping airily on his way. When old Mr. King had settled his hat, he turned back to the man. "Now tell me, why—" The man was nowhere to be seen. "It surely does look bad," said the old gentleman to himself as he stepped into the cab with Phronsie. "That man's children are a myth, and I wanted to do something for them, for he saved Phronsie's life." This being the only idea he could possibly retain all the way home to the hotel, he held her closely within his arm, Phronsie chattering happily all the way how the little girl she guessed was just receiving the doll, and wondering what name she would give it. And would she wash its face clean at once, and fix the torn and muddy clothes? "Oh, yes, yes, I hope so," answered Grandpapa, when she paused for an answer. Jasper came running out as the cab drove into the court. "Oh!" he exclaimed, at sight of Phronsie's face, then drove the words on his tongue back again as he lifted her out. "Give her to Polly to fix up a bit," said his father. "She's all right, Jasper, my boy. I can't talk of it now. Hurry, and take her to Polly." And for the following days Mr. King never let Phronsie out of his sight. A new and more splendid doll, if possible, was bought, and all sorts and styles of clothes for it, which Phronsie took the greatest delight in caring for, humming happily to herself at the pleasure the poor man's little girl was taking at the same time with her other child. "Grandpapa," she said, laying down the doll carefully on the sofa, and going over to the table where Mr. King had just put aside the newspaper, "I do wish we could go and see that poor man and all his children. Why didn't he tell us where he lived?" "The dickens!" exclaimed old Mr. King unguardedly. "Because the fellow is an impostor, Phronsie. He saved your life," and he seized Phronsie and drew her to his knee. "But he lied about those children. Oh, dear me!" and he pulled himself up. "Then he hasn't any little children?" said Phronsie, opening her eyes very wide, and speaking very slowly. Oh, I don't know," stammered Grandpapa. "It's impossible to tell, Phronsie." "But you don't believe he has any?" said Phronsie, with grave persistence, fastening her brown eyes on his face. "No, Phronsie, I don't," replied old Mr. King in desperation. "If he had, why should he run in this fashion when I was just asking him where he lived?" "But he didn't hear you, Grandpapa," said Phronsie, "when the man knocked your hat off." "Oh, well, he knew enough what I wanted," said Mr. King, who, now that he had let out his belief, was going to support it by all the reasons in his power. "No, no, Phronsie, it won't do. The fellow was an impostor, and we must just accept the fact, and make the best of it, my child." "But he told a lie," said Phronsie, in horror, unable to think of anything else. Well, Mr. King had no words to say on that score, so he wisely said nothing. "That poor man told a lie," repeated Phronsie, as if producing a wholly fresh statement. "There, child, I wouldn't think anything more of it," said Grandpapa, soothingly, patting her little hand. "Grandpapa," said Phronsie, "I've given away my child, and she's sick because she fell and hurt her, and there isn't any little girl, and that poor man told a lie." And she flung herself up against Grandpapa's waistcoat and sobbed as if her heart would break. Old Mr. King looked wildly around for Polly, and as good fortune would have it, in she ran. This wasn't very strange, for Polly kept nearly as close to Phronsie in these days as Grandpapa himself. "Here, Polly," he called brokenly, "this is something beyond me. You must fix it, child." "Why, Phronsie!" exclaimed Polly, in dismay, and her tone was a bit reproachful. "Crying? Don't you know that you will make Grandpapa very sick unless you stop?" Phronsie's little hand stole out from over her mouth, where she had been trying to hold the sobs back, and up to give a trembling pat on old Mr. King's cheek. "Bless you, my child," cried Grandpapa, quite overcome, so that Polly said more reproachfully, "Yes, very sick indeed, Phronsie. Unless you stop this minute. You ought to see his face, Phronsie." Phronsie gathered herself up out of his arms, and through a rain of tears looked up at him. "You sick, Grandpapa?" she managed to ask. "Yes, dear, or I shall be if you don't stop crying, Phronsie," said Mr. King, pursuing all the advantage so finely gained. "I'll stop," said Phronsie, her small bosom heaving. "I really will, Grandpapa." "Now, you are the very goodest child," exclaimed Polly, down on her knees by Grandpapa's side, cuddling Phronsie's toes. "The very most splendid one in all this world, Phronsie Pepper." "And you'll be all well, Grandpapa?" asked Phronsie anxiously. "Yes, child," said old Mr. King, kissing her wet face, "just as well as I can be, since you are all right." "And oh, Grandpapa, can't we go to Fontainebleau today?" begged Polly. "Phronsie, just think, it will be precisely like the country, and we can get out of the carriages, and can run and race in the forest, can't we, Grandpapa?" "All you want to," promised Grandpapa, recklessly, and only too thankful to have something proposed for a diversion. "The very thing," he added enthusiastically. "Now, Polly and Phronsie, run and tell all the others to get ready, just as fast as they can, and we'll be off. Goodness me, Jasper, what makes you run into a room in this fashion?" "I've found him!" exclaimed Jasper, dashing in, and tossing his cap on the table and his dark hair back from his forehead. "And he's all right, as straight as a die," he panted. "Now what in the world are you talking of?" demanded his father, in extreme irritation. "Can't you make a plain statement, and enlighten us without all this noise and confusion, pray tell?" Polly, who had Phronsie's hand in hers just ready to run off, stood quite still with glowing cheek. "Oh, I do believe, Grandpapa, it is!" she screamed suddenly. "Your poor man, isn't it, Jasper? Isn't it?" she cried, turning to him. Yes, Polly, said Jasper, still panting from his run up the stairs, and do hurry, father, and see for yourself, and we'll all go to him. I'll tell you all about it on the way. When Mr. King comprehended that the man was found, and that he was all right, as Jasper vehemently repeated over and over, he communicated that fact to Phronsie, whose delight knew no bounds, and in less time than it takes to write it, Tom, who was the only one of the party to be collected on such short notice, had joined them, and they were bowling along in a big carriage, Jasper as a guide, to the spot where the man was waiting. You see, it was just this way, Jasper was rapidly telling off. I was going down by the Madeleine, and I thought I would bring Phronsie some flowers, so I stopped at the market, and I couldn't find a little pot of primroses I wanted, though I went the whole length, and at last, when I had given up, I saw just one in front of a woman who sat at the very end. Do hurry, Jasper, and get to the conclusion, said his father impatiently. Polly dearly loved to have the story go on in just this way, as she leaned forward, her eyes on Jasper's face, but she said nothing, only sighed. Well, said Jasper, I'll tell it as quickly as I can, father. And there were a lot of children, father, all round the woman where she sat on a box, and she was tying in a bunch some flowers that were huddled in her lap, and the children were picking out the good ones for her. And just then a man, who was bending over back of them all, breaking off some little branches from a big green one, straightened up suddenly, and father, as true as you live, cried Jasper, in intense excitement, it was your poor man. The children? Asked Mr. King, as soon as he could be heard for the excitement. Are all his, cried Jasper, and he took the money you gave him, and set his wife up in the flower business down in front of the Madeleine. Oh, and Phronsie, the doll you gave him, was sitting up on another box, and every once in a while the littlest girl would stop picking out the flowers in her mother's lap, and would run over and wipe its face with her apron. End of chapter 27. Recording by Matt Sherman. Voice123.com/Matt Sherman.
Chapter 28 of Five Little Peppers Abroad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney. Chapter 28. They were really on their way to see the little old Earl, after all. How it came about, Mr. King, even days after it had been decided, couldn't exactly remember. He recalled several conversations in Paris with Tom's mother, who showed him bits of letters, and one in particular that somehow seemed to be a very potent factor in the plan that, almost before he knew it, came to be made. And when he held out, as hold out he did against the acceptance of the invitation, he found to his utmost surprise that everyone, Mother Fisher and all, was decidedly against him. Oh well, he declared when that came out, I might as well give in gracefully first at last. And he sat down at once and wrote a very handsome note to the little old Earl, and that clinched the whole business. And after the week of this visit should be over, for old Mr. King was firmness itself on not accepting a day more, they were to bid good-bye to Mrs. Selwyn and Tom, and jaunt about a bit to show little old England to the Hendersons, and then run down to Liverpool to see them off, and at last turn their faces toward Dresden, their winter home. And to my work, said Polly to herself in delight. So now here they were, actually driving up the entrance of the park and stopping at the lodge gate. An old woman, in an immaculate cap and a stiff white apron over her linsey-woolsey gown, which she had donned for this occasion, came out of the lodge and curtsied low to the madam, and held open the big gate. How have you been, Mrs. Bell? Asked Mrs. Selwyn, with a kind smile, as the carriage paused a bit. Very well, my lady, said Mrs. Bell, her round face glowing with pride. And the Earl is well, bless him, and we're going to welcome you home again, and Master Tom. And I'm glad enough to get here, Mrs. Bell, cried Tom. Now drive on, your fastest, Hobson. Hobson, who knew very well what Master Tom's fastest gait was, preferred to drive through the park at what he considered the dignified pace. So they rolled on under the stately trees, going miles, it seemed to Polly, who sat on the back seat with Tom. He turned to her, unable to conceal his impatience. Anybody would think this pair were a worn-out old cobs, he fumed. Polly, you have no idea how they can go when Hobson lets them go. What are you wasting all this time for, crawling along in this fashion, Hobson, when you know we want to get on? Thus publicly addressed, Hobson let the handsome bays go, as Tom expressed it, and they were bowled along in a way that made Polly turn in delight to Tom. There, that's something like it, declared Tom. Don't you like it, Polly? Looking into her rosy face. Like it, cried Polly. Why, Tom Selwyn, it's beautiful. And these splendid trees. She looked up and around. Oh, I never saw anything so fine. Oh, they're not half bad, absent Tom. And we have some more on the other side of the park, about 5 miles off that. 5 miles off, cried Polly with wide eyes. Is the park as big as that, Tom? He laughed. That isn't much. But you'll see it all for yourself, he added. Then he rushed off into wondering how his dogs were. And, oh, you'll ride with the hounds, Polly. Just then some rabbits scurried across the woods, and followed by several more, pattering and leaping through the grass. Oh, Tom, see those rabbits? Cried Polly excitedly. Yes, the warrens are over yonder, said Tom, bobbing his head in the right direction. What? Asked Polly in perplexity. Rabbit warrens. Oh, I forgot you haven't lived in England. You seem so much like an English girl, though, said Tom, paying the highest compliment he knew of. Well, what are they? Asked Polly, quite overcome by the compliment coming from Tom. Oh, they are preserves, you know, where the rabbits live, and they are not allowed to be hunted here. Oh, do you hunt rabbits? Cried Polly in horror, leaning out of her side of the big coach to see the scurrying little animals. Not often, said Tom. We mostly ride after the fox. You'll ride with the hounds, Polly, he cried with enthusiasm. We'll have a hunt while you're here, and we always wind up with a breakfast. You know, we'll have no end of sport. He hugged his long arms in huge satisfaction. And away, over the winding road and underneath the stately trees rolled the big coach, to be followed by the other carriages. Like a dream, it seemed to Polly, and more than ever, when at last they stopped in front of a massive pile of buildings with towers and arches and wings, and the little old Earl was kissing her rosy cheek in the most courtly fashion, and saying while he shook her hand in his long fingers, "And how do you do, my dear?" And Mrs. Selwyn was by his other side, and Tom was screeching out, "How do you do, Granddaddy?" And then, oh, Eleanor and Mary, the two quiet, plain-looking girls standing in the background, and how do you, kids, as the faces of his two small brothers appeared. And Polly forgot all about the fact that she was in an earl's house, and she laughed and chatted, and in 2 minutes one of Tom's sisters was on either side of her, and the small boys in front, and the little groups were moving in and out of the old hall as Grandpa and the rest came in, and the head housekeeper in a black silk gown that seemed quite able to stand alone, and a perfect relay of stiff figures in livery were drawn up underneath the armors hanging on the wall. And the little old Earl worked his way up to her, and he had Grandpa on his arm. "Well, I got him here," he said, with twinkling eyes and a chuckle. But the next morning, when Polly tried to compass as much of the thronging attractions as she could, and Jasper was at his wits' end whenever he was appealed to decide what he wanted to do first, cricket, or punting on the river that ran through the estate, or riding through the park, or to the village owned by his grandfather. "I always go see the tenantry as soon as I get home," said Tom. "Oh, then, let us go there by all means," said Jasper quickly. I'm no end awkward," exclaimed Tom, breaking off, his face covered with confusion. "It's not necessary to go at once. We can fetch up there tomorrow." "Oh, let us do go, Tom," begged Polly, clasping her hands. "I should dearly love most of all to see the tenantry and those little dear cottages." And so that was decided upon, and Tom had his beloved hunt, several of the gentry being asked, and Polly rode a special horse selected by the little old earl himself. "It's perfectly safe. He has an excellent disposition," he declared to old Mr. King, "and he'll carry her all right." "I'm not afraid," said Mr. King. "The child rides well." So she must. I was sure of it," cried the little old earl, with a series of chuckles, and he busied himself especially with seeing her mount properly when the party gathered on the lawn in front of the old hall. The hounds were baying and straining at the leashes, impatient to be off. The pink hunting coats gave dashes of color as their owners moved about over the broad green sward under the oak, and Polly felt her heart beat rapidly with the exhilarating sights and sounds. It was only when they were off, and Tom, riding up by her side, expatiated on the glory of running down the fox and being in at the death, that the color died down in her cheek. "Oh, Tom," she said, reining in her horse, "if he hadn't been the possessor of a good disposition, he certainly would have bolted in his disappointment at being pulled up so abruptly. It's so cruel to kill the poor little fox in that way." "What?" exclaimed Tom, not hearing the words, falling back to her side, consternation all over his face. "Why, I never knew Meteor to break in this way before," he said. "Oh, it isn't his fault," said Polly, hastily, and patting her horse's neck. "I pulled him up. Oh, Tom, it's all so very cruel." "Ah," said Tom, in a puzzled way. "To kill the fox in this way," said Polly, her heart sinking as she thought how dreadful it was for her to object, when visiting, to anything her host might plan. "Oh, dear me!" And she looked so distressed that Tom turned comforter at once. "We all do it," he was saying, as Jasper rode up. "Anything the matter?" he asked in great concern. "What's happened?" "Nothing," said Tom. "Only Polly doesn't like the fox hunt." "It's so cruel!" cried Polly, turning to Jasper, with a little pink spot coming in either cheek. "I ought to have thought of it before, but I didn't. It only seemed so very splendid to be rushing along with the horses and dogs, but to chase that poor fox to death, oh, dear me!" "Oh, we'll go back," suggested Tom, in distress. "Don't be afraid, Polly. I'll make it all right with Granddaddy." He concealed as best he might his awful disappointment, as the echoes of the horns, the baying of the dogs, and now and then a scrap of chatter or a peal of laughter was borne to them on the wind. "Polly," said Jasper in a low voice, "it isn't quite right, is it, to disturb the party now? Just think, Tom will go back with us." The pink spots died out on Polly's cheek. "No, Jasper," she said, "it isn't right. Tom, you needn't say one word about going back, for I'm going on." And she gave the rein to Meteor and dashed off. "We'll have a race through the park some day, Polly," called Tom, as he sped after her, without any fox. "Too bad, Polly, you weren't in at the death," said the little old earl, sympathizingly, when at the hunt breakfast following, the brush dangled to a victorious young lady's belt had been admired as an extremely fine one. "Never mind, better luck next time, little girl." But to the fete to the tenantry, oh, that was something like, and more to Polly's taste. When this annual affair, postponed while Tom's mother and Tom were away, for days before, the preparation had been making the Stewarts up to their eyes in responsibility to carry out the plans of the little old earl, who meant on this occasion to outdo all his former efforts, and show his American friends how an Englishman treats those under his care. Oh, the big joints of beef, the haunches of venison, the fowls, the meat pies, and the gooseberry tarts, the beer and ale, and the tea for the old women, with nuts and sweeties for the children. Oh, Polly knew all about it, as she went about with the little old earl, while he gave his orders, her hand in his, just as if she were no older than Phronsie, and not such a tall, big girl. And Mrs. Selwyn was busy as a bee, and Mother Fisher was just in her element here, in helping her, for flannel petticoats were to be given out, and stuffed frocks, and pieces of homespun, and boots and shoes as prizes for diligent and faithful service, or perhaps an order of coal for the coming winter for some poor cottager, or packages of tea, or some other little comfort. And before any of them quite realized it, the days flew by, and in 2 more of them the King party would be off. "It's perfectly useless to mention it," said the little old earl, quite confident in his power to influence old Mr. King to remain when he saw how happily everything was running on. "My dear sir, you were asked for a fortnight, and I accepted for a week," retorted Mr. King. "And I go when that time is up. We had a visit. I can't express it to you what a fine time, as near to perfection as it is possible for a visit to be. But day after tomorrow, we surely must leave." Tom was so despondent, as well as the old earl, that it was necessary to cheer him up in some way. "Just think what a splendid thing for us to be in the midst of that fete for the peasantry," exclaimed Polly, with sparkling eyes. "It's quite too lovely for our last day." But Tom wasn't to be raised out of his gloom in this way. "We've had only 1 game of cricket," he said miserably. "And 1 afternoon at tennis, and we've been out punting on the river 3 times," said Polly. "Only a bagatelle," sniffed Tom, "compared to what I meant to do." "Well, let's have the race on horseback this afternoon," proposed Polly, "down through the park that you said you were going to have, Tom. Wouldn't that be nice?" "Do," urged Jasper. "It would be so capital, Tom." "All right," assented Tom, "if you really rather have that than anything else. But it seems as if I ought to think of something more for the last afternoon, but the fete, and that doesn't count." "Oh, nothing could be finer," declared Polly. So Tom rushed off to the stables to give the orders, and Polly on Meteor was soon flying up and down with the boys, and Eleanor and Mary and the 2 small lads trotted after them on their Shetland ponies, in and out of the winding roads of the park confines, without any haunting fear of a poor red fox to be done to death at the end. On the morrow, the sun condescended to come out all in his glory. Upon the groups of tenantry scattered all over the broad lawns, there were games in abundance for the men and boys, and others for the children. There were chairs for the old women, and long benches for those who desired to sit under the spreading branches of the great oaks to look on, and there were cups of tea and thin bread and butter passed around by the white-capped maids, superintended by the housekeeper and the butler, quite important in their several functions. This was done to appease the hunger before the grand collation should take place later, and there was music by the fiddlers on the upper terrace, and there was, dear me, it would take too long to tell it all. And at last the order was given to fall into line and march round the long tables, resplendent with their cold joints and hot joints, their pastries and tarts and cakes and flagons of ale, and over all was a wealth of bloom from the old English gardens in the rear of the hall. The posies filled Polly with delight, as she and Tom's sisters and Phronsie had gathered under them the direction of the gardeners in the early morning. And then, oh, best of all, Mrs. Selwyn had allowed her to give the finishing touches to them as they became the decoration for the feast. And the little old earl called a large assemblage to order, and the vicar asked the grace, and the feast was begun. And then one of the tenants found his feet, and leaning on his staff, he thanked the Earl of Cavendish for all his goodness, and he hoped that there would be many blessings in store for hims and is, and sank on his bench again, mopping his face with his big red handkerchief. And then the little old Earl responded in as pretty a speech as could well be imagined, in which he forgot nothing that he ought to say, and there were many God bless 'ems to follow it, and then there were cries of Master Tom, Master Tom, who appeared to be an immense favorite, and the Earl, well pleased, pulled him forward, saying, "Go ahead, youngster, and give it to them." And Tom, extremely red in the face, tried to duck away, but found himself instead in front on the longest table with everybody looking at him. Then he mumbled out a few words and bobbed his head, and everyone was just as well pleased. And then they gave cheer on cheer for the Earl, and as many more for his oldest grandson. And then the little old Earl raised his hand and said, "And now, my men, give a rousing good one for my dear American friends." And didn't they do it? On the following morning, the old hall, with its towers and its wings, had only the memory of the happy week to sustain it. Jasper ran up to Polly on the deck. "We ought to go," he said. "The order has been given to leave the steamer." "Yes, Polly," said Mother Fisher. "We must go, child." "Give my love to dear Grandma Bascom," said Polly, for about the 15th time. "Oh, Mrs. Henderson, and don't forget to take the new cap just as soon as you can, will you?" "I won't forget," promised the parson's wife. "And take mine to dear Mrs. Beebe," begged Phronsie, twitching gently at Mrs. Henderson's sleeve. And tell her I got pink ribbon because I know she loves that best." "I won't forget," said Mrs. Henderson again. "Oh, and give the big handkerchief to my dear Mr. Beebe," said Phronsie. "Please, Mrs. Henderson, to tie his throat up, and because, you know, he gets it so cold when he goes out." "I'll remember every single thing," promised the parson's wife. "Don't you worry, children. Oh, how we hate to leave you. Only we are going to see our boys. We really are, Polly." And her eyes shone. "Polly, Polly!" cried Jasper. "All off who aren't going!" roared the order out again. "Polly," the little doctor seized one arm in Phronsie's hand. "There now, here you are," and whisked them off amid "Good-bye, good-bye," and a flutter of handkerchiefs. "And give my love to dear Grandma Bascom," piped Phronsie, on the wharf by old Mr. King's side, as the big steamer slowly pushed from its moorings. End of chapter 28. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan, Auburn, California. End of Five Little Peppers Abroad by Margaret Sidney.